small and lots of new bank startups every year. People who just start banks, entrepreneurial banks of many different kinds. After the financial crisis, we had this problem called the too big to fail banks, right? The banks were too big, and so there was this legislation called Dodd-Frank, which was regulatory reform for banking, which is going to fix the too big to fail banking problem. They implemented that in 2011. I call that the Big Bank Protection Act of 2011. It was marketed as it was going to solve the problem of too big to fail banks. What it actually did was it made them much larger. So those banks are those too big to fail banks, the same ones we bailed out, are now much larger than they were before. The banking industry has concentrated into those banks. All the mid-sized banks are being shaken out. And, they periodically go under. Like our bank in Silicon Valley is called Silicon Valley Bank, right? It went under. But this has been happening all across the economy. And then since Dodd-Frank, the number of new banks created in the United States has dropped to zero.
Whoa!
And so the banking system is being centralized basically into 10 big banks. They actually have a great term called GSIB, globally significant something bank. And so there's like 10 GSIBs, and then basically what's going to happen is those are going to consolidate basically into the three big banks.
And if you get debanked by one of the big three,
you're done. You're absolutely done.
Oh my God!
But think about it from the other side. If you're the Treasury Secretary and you want your political enemy debanked, it's just a phone call, right? Which is what has been happening, which was happening under the prior regime.
Wow!
Right? And again, like at that
zero new banks.
Yeah, zero. Literally, it was like cardiac arrest. It was like that's it for new bank charters. And we've had companies that have tried to start new banks, and it's essentially impossible because you have to comply with the wall of regulation. You need to go hire your 10,000 compliance people and your lawyers, but you can't afford to do that because you're not big enough yet. So you can't function. Like you can't exist.
Wow.
Like it's ruled out. By definition, it's ruled out. You can't do it. It's not financially viable.
Wow.
Right. So that happened in banking. That's what they've been doing in social media. It's been the same. And by the way, this has happened in many other industries. By the way, this happened. This happened in food. The food industry is greatly consolidated. That's a lot of what's happened in that industry as well. It's the intertwining of government and the company, right? Because at that point, it's like, okay, is this a private company? Yes. Like still a private company. It has a stock price. It has a CEO. Does the CEO have to do everything that the relevant cabinet secretary tells him to do? Yes, he does. Why does he have to do that? Because if not, it's going to be investigations and subpoenas and prosecutions and proctological examinations for the rest of his life.
Wow.
Everything.
So it's essentially what we accuse the CCP of doing in China.
So if you combine banking and social media and now AI, you have basically privatized social credits going on. Right, is where you end up with this. Right, and this goes back to the trucker strike thing. You don't have to threaten to take away somebody's kids. You just threaten to take away their insurance. You don't threaten to take away their insurance. It's not government insurance that's been taken away. The same thing has happened in the insurance industry. It's consolidated down to a small handful of companies. They're super regulated. If the government doesn't want you to have insurance, you're not going to have insurance. And there's no constitutional right to insurance. So there's no appeal process. We're back to the banking thing. And so that happened in banking. That's been happening in internet, in tech, social media generally. It's been happening in many other sectors, and then it's happening specifically in AI. And what you have in AI is you have a set of CEOs of some of the big AI companies that want this to happen. Because again, their big threat is that we're going to fund a startup that's going to eat their lunch, right? It's going to really screw them up. So they're like, look, if we can just take the position we have and lock it in with government protection, the trade is we'll do whatever the government wants. And if you assume the government is controlled by people who want to censor and punish and cancel their political opponents, that's going to come right along with it. And so that's why when these AI systems come out, like 9 times out of 10, they're tremendously politically biased. I mean, you can do this today. You just go on any of these systems today, and you just you start asking them really basic questions.
Gemini is the best example of that, right? When they had the multiracial Nazis.
The black Nazis.
Yeah.
Once again, the Nazis. Yeah. So it turns, according to Gemini, that Hitler had an excellent DEI policy.
Yeah.
Now, in reality, he did not. And it's important to understand that in reality he did not. But yeah, Gemini happily threw up black Nazis because they programmed it to be biased. They programmed it in a political direction. There's this guy David Rosado who's been doing these analyses on the social media side, where he shows the incidence rates of the rise of like all of the woke like language, like in the media. And there's similar studies that have come out for the AI, where there's studies that have been done that basically show the political orientation of the LLMs. You can ask the question. You can ask a question, and they'll tell you. And they're just like 9 out of 10 of them are like tremendously biased. And then there's a handful that aren't. And then there's tremendous pressure. This is one of the threats from the government. Is the government basically going to force our startups to come into compliance, not just with their trade rules, also with all of their right, basically essentially a censorship regime on AI. It's exactly like the censorship regime that we had on social media.
Wow, that's terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. And yes, and this is my belief, what I've been trying to tell people in Washington, which is if you thought social media censorship was bad, this has the potential to be 1,000 times worse. And the reason is social media is important, but at the end of the day, it's quote just people talking to each other. AI is going to be the control layer on everything, right? So AI is going to be the control layer on how your kids go to school. Right? It's going to be the control layer on who gets loans. It's going to be the control layer on does your house open when you come to the front door. It's going to be the control layer on everything, right? And so if that gets wired into the political system the way that the banks did and the way that social media did, like we are in for a very bad future. And that's a big thing for me to prevent, is to keep that from happening. And the Biden administration was explicitly on that path. Like they were very clearly going for that. And it was just like crystal clear that's where it was headed.
And do you feel like with a second administration they'd be even more emboldened to act in that direction?
Yes, 100%. Another Biden administration for sure. And then there was an open question around Kamala, and the open question there was just she wouldn't, as you know, she wouldn't declare if her positions were the same as Biden's or if they were different.
Right.
And so, you can imagine a Kamala administration that had a very different approach, but she refused to clarify any of her positions.
Right.
And so we had to assume that they would be the same as Biden's, which I think is the default.
Now, is this a closeted sort of a perspective in Silicon Valley? Like, do people hide these thoughts that this administration would be bad for business?
I mean, much less now than
yeah.
To. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, Elon really broke a lot of it. Elon did two things that really opened a lot of this up. One is he bought Twitter, which really gave us a place to talk about this stuff, all of us. But then also he himself, of course, started to actually express himself, and so he gave a lot of the rest of us permission structure to be able to say these things. And then look, there's like a cascade where people are like, okay, apparently we do not talk about things. Okay, I have some things to say.
Yeah.
Well, then look, also just they went too far. They tightened the screws. I mean, they really came at us hard. And so, the harder they come at us, like we didn't predict when Biden won, like we didn't think it would have negative effects on our business. We thought, yeah, probably taxes will go up, but like we'll just keep doing business. But then they did all these things, right? And it took a couple of years to figure out that this was not like a temporary thing. Like this was like a concerted campaign, and that they were really coming.
What agency specifically is involved in doing that?
Oh, alphabet soup, but like SEC tried to kill crypto very specifically. FTC, was thoroughly weaponized. There's something called the CFTC, which is the other part of the crypto puzzle. Commodities futures. There's crypto that's a security. There's some forms of crypto that are a security, and the SEC regulates. There's other kinds of crypto that are a commodity that the CFTC regulates. The CFPB I mentioned earlier, so the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, right, decided that they were also going to regulate AI, which they just volunteered for. And then, and the FAA killed the drone industry years ago. The reason why the reason why the Chinese are winning the drone wars is because the FAA basically made drones illegal in the U.S. Years ago. So like the FAA has been a big problem. What is it? Also
when you say make drones illegal, but you can still buy drones. Like what have they done?
So legally, you cannot fly a drone in the U.S. That is beyond line of sight if you don't have a pilot's license.
Wow.
Which means if you're a U.S. drone manufacturer, you have to build a system that enforces that regulation. But if you're a
Chinese, to handicap your ability.
Yes. So either the U.S. drone needs to either not fly beyond line of sight, which is not very useful, right?
Right.
Or it needs to somehow validate. We only have customers that have pilot's licenses. China, there's no such restriction. And the Chinese, because we run a more open economy, the Chinese drones you can just buy in the U.S. and you can use however you want. Technically, as the user of the drone, you're not in compliance with the law, but they ignore that part. They just punish the American drone makers.
Wow.
And that's why the Chinese own the drone market, and that's why 90% of the drones used by the U.S. military and by U.S. police are Chinese-made drones. Which, again,
that sounds like a terrible security risk.
It's a very bad idea because every Chinese drone is both a potential surveillance platform and a potential weapon.
Oh, criminy.
Yes.
Well, I've seen the advancements in Chinese drones, in particular the choreographed dances that they do in the sky, where they had. You see the dragon one?
Yeah.
See if you can find that, Jamie. Chinese dragon drone display. It's like one of the largest ones they ever did.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable how much more advanced they are.
Yeah. And I will tell you, now am I voting? Like, or worse than zero. Like, just I would say absolute contempt for the idea of the U.S. drone industry. Yeah.
So let's watch this thing. sky.
Yeah.
Look at this. They're flying up together.
Yeah.
They did one that was at night, Jamie, because they were all lit up. Oh, okay.
So imagine those with guns
Jesus Christ.
coming at you, right?
Well, we get to see some of that in Ukraine.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've seen those suicide drones. Like, look at this. That dragon in the sky is drones that are all lit up. I mean, that is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It even has a puff of fire coming out of its mouth.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
If they send that at a football stadium during a game with grenades on those drones,
oh my God,
it's carnage.
Dude, don't even put that out there. Don't put that voodoo on me, Ricky Bobby.
Sorry.
Look at that heart in the sky with a heartbeat.
Right.
This is insane.
Yeah.
It's so incredible. They had a little one like that played over the Eminem concert at when I was at Coda at the Circuit to the Americas here. They had this giant Eminem concert, like 100,000 people there, and then afterwards they had like drones in the sky that did little dances.
Chinese drones.
I bet they were. They weren't like this though. It didn't. That wasn't at that level. Like that's unbelievable.
Enjoy the show while you can.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a Chinese thing only.
Yeah. But DoD was soldiers in the field. It's very common. Soldiers, normal front soldiers in the field carry drones in their backpacks because they want to be able to see what's around the building or up on the roof.
Yeah, and these are Chinese
drones. And every single one of them is made by China and used for whatever they want.
Oh my God!
Anytime they want.
Is the Trump administration on this?
They're I don't know what they'll do. You know, it's somewhere in the priority order of things that they're dealing with. But they are well aware of this. And
well,
it's the kind of thing I would hope that would get some attention.
Yeah. Well, this is the brings us back to the UAP thing, because if that's what we're seeing super sophisticated Chinese drones that operate on some novel propulsion system. That's not good, and that could be because they put ridiculous regulations on drone manufacturers in America.
Yeah, that's right.
And they got way ahead of us.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, these are bad.
It's also you're just opening my eyes to this. I always had this rose-colored glasses view of our society versus Chinese society.
Fucking
Our society is
garbage.
open, so people can.
Are you fucking serious? This thing's done?
All these crazy ideas because there's so much freedom in America. They don't have to deal with the government being involved in every business. Silly me.
Well,
silly me. I was wrong.
So this is my argument. I make geopolitically in DC, which is
what the shit is
if you
this?
imagine that the 21st century is going to be, let's say, a contest between the U.S. and China, the same way that in the 20th century it was the U.S. versus the Soviet Union. It's like contest, competition, Cold War, maybe hot war.
Yeah.
But like that's the basic fundamental kind of geopolitical puzzle of the 21st century. Then you want to think very clearly about the strengths and weaknesses of both yourselves and about the other side.
Yo,
and then as you
this
think
is
about
the worst.
The other guy, is the answer to become more like them or more like yourself?
Waters made that argument when it comes to the social digital
What the shit is this?
currency, centralized digital currency. She's talking
The
about
worst.
in order to compete with China, we have to come up with a centralized digital currency.
Which in my view is exactly the wrong thing.
Yeah, I heard that. I was like, that's a terrible idea.
It's exactly the wrong thing.
Be like China to compete with China?
It's exactly the wrong thing. It's exactly the wrong thing. You don't want that. Because the China system has its problems. Like they terrorize their own population directly. They do impose the social credit score stuff.
Right.
They do all this stuff. And then, by the way, here's something we have going for us, which is the Chinese system has turned on capitalism. Xi Jinping is not a capitalist, and there is a broad-based crackdown on private business in China. To the point, a friend of mine invests one of the leading investors in China. He said every single Chinese tech founder has either left China or wants to leave China.
Wow.
And they're all trying to get their money out, and they're all trying to get their families out because it's now too dangerous to run a tech company in China because the government might just snatch you, like literally, physically snatch you at any point. And you may or may not come back. And then every Chinese CEO has a political officer of the Chinese Communist Party sitting down the hall who can come in and override your decisions anytime he wants to. And by the way, and regular training. Oh, it's a great thing. Okay, so you're the CEO of a company with 50 billion revenue and 100,000 employees, and this guy from the CCP comes in and pulls you, and you sit in the conference room down the hall for 7 hours, getting grilled on how well you understand Marx. Right. So like that actually happens. Right. It's a political officers, and that's the kind of thing that happened in the Soviet Union, and that's the kind of thing that happens in China. So you'd rather be a CEO in the U.S. than in China, for sure, as long as the U.S. system stays open, where you can actually get all the benefits of all the power of all these incredibly smart people building companies and building products. And that's why this administration freaked us out so much, is because it felt like they were trying to be us.
I'll be there for
See, I was
me,
not
and
nearly
about
as
to
aware as I
make me.
should have been
Oh,
about
I'll
all
be.
these things you're saying. I didn't know this. I did know about the banks, and I certainly didn't know that they were cracking down on AI the same way they crackdown on social media.
I think it's very alarming. We had meetings in the spring that were the most alarming meetings I've ever been in, where they were taking us through their plans, and it was
Like what kind of? Can you talk about it?
basically just full government control, like this sort of thing. There will be a small number of large companies that will be completely regulated and controlled by the government. They told us basically don't even start sharing. They don't even bother. Like there's just no way. There's no way that they can succeed.
He's not
There's no
gonna
way
bring
that
you
we're going to
fuck.
let that to happen.
Wow.
Yeah, they said this is already over. It's going to be two or three companies, and we're gonna control them, and that's that. Like this is already finished.
Oh my God. No, then when you leave a meeting like that, what do?
Go endorse Donald Trump.
Oh my God.
And again, like I'll just tell you, like look, like because I'm gonna get a lot of the flack I'm gonna get for this is he's just a crazy whatever right winger, but like I was a Democrat. I was like I supported Bill Clinton in '92. I supported Clinton in '96. I supported Gore, who I knew very well, in 2000. I knew John Kerry. I supported him in '04. I supported Obama. I supported Hillary in '16. Like I was like a Democrat in good standing. And then
Are you completely out in the cocktail circuit now? Like, are you allowed to hang out with people?
So there's now, this is actually true. There's now two kinds of dinner parties in Silicon Valley. They've fractured. They've fractured cleanly in half. There's the ones where every person there believes every single thing that was in the New York Times that day. Which, by the way, is often very different than whatever was in the New York Times 6 months ago. But everybody has fully updated their views for that day, and that's what they talk about at the dinner party. And I'm no longer invited to those. Nor do I want to go to them. And then there's the other kind, which is David Sachs and like all these guys and all these people, and just this growing universe. It's a microcosm of what's happening more broadly in the culture, which is like, hey, let's actually get together and talk about things that have fun.
Right, but it's so much more comforting when it's you guys and not the My Pillow guy. You know what I mean? It's like no disrespect, Mike, to the My Pillow guy, but you know what I'm saying? Like I want people that are smarter than me to be saying these things. That's what helps. It helps when you say, well, this person actually knows what they're talking about. They're very well informed, and they understand the repercussions. They understand like what's been coming their way, and there's people like yourself that can speak about the plans that you're laying out, what they were trying to do with AI, is fucking terrifying. That should terrify everybody. Where you have bureaucrats who are now in control of potentially the biggest agent of change in the history of the human race, potentially. And you're going to let what? The people that can't even balance the budget? People that don't know what the fuck is going on? That sounds insane.
This shit is
and look,
just
my
worse.
I think under Clinton and Gore, I think that they dealt with this very differently. I mean, look, they dealt with the internet very differently than the current crop are dealing with these technologies.
Well, it was very different.
It was very different, but also they were much more, Clinton and Gore in particular, were much more understanding that you could actually. So there used to be this thing I called the deal in the capital T. And the deal was you could be, this is what I was, you could be a tech founder, you could start a private company, you could create a tech product. Everybody loved you, it was great, glowing press coverage, the whole thing. You take the company public, it employs a lot of people, it creates a lot of jobs, you make a lot of money, at some point you cash out, and then you donate all the money to charity, and everybody thinks you're a hero. Right? And it's just great, right? And this is how it ran for a very long time. And this was the deal. This was Clinton and Gore was 100% supported that. They were 100% pro-capitalism in this way and 100% pro-tech. And they actually did a lot to foster this kind of environment. And basically what happened is the last 15 years or so, Democrats culminating in this administration basically broke every part of that deal for people in my world. Like every single part of that was shattered, right? Where just like technology became presumptively evil, right? And like a business person became presumptively a bad person, and then technology became effects, and regulate you and try to kill you and wash you. And then the kicker was philanthropy became evil. And this is a real cultural change in the last 5 years that I hope will reverse now, which is philanthropy now is a dirty word on the left because it's the private person choosing to give away the money as opposed to the government choosing to give the money. So I'll give you the ultimate case. Here's where I radicalized on this topic. So you'll recall some years back, Mark Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla, they have a ton of money in Facebook stock. They created a nonprofit entity called the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which the original mission was to literally cure all disease. So this could be like $200 billion going to cure all disease, right? So like big deal. They said they committed to donate 99% of their assets to this new foundation. They got brutally attacked from the left, and the attack was they're only doing it to save money on taxes. Now, basic mathematics. You don't give away 99% of your money
to save money on
taxes, right? But it was a vicious attack. It was like a very, very aggressive attack. And the fundamental reason for the attack was how dare they treat that money like it's their own? How dare they decide where it goes? Instead, tax rates for billionaires should go to 90-something%. The government should take the money. The utopian collectivism. It's
socialism at work.
Socialism. Yeah, it's the core idea of socialism. Like the core idea is this sort of they say radical egalitarianism. Everybody should be exactly the same. All outcomes should be exactly the same. Everything should be completely fair at all.
And some root of it has to be an envy.
Of course, yeah, envy, resentment.
Yes.
Nietzsche has this great term they call resentiment. And it's like turbocharged resentment. And so the way he described it is resentment is envy, resentment, and bitterness that is so intense that it causes an inversion of values.
Ooh.
And the things that used to be good become bad, and the things that used to be bad become good.
Ooh.
Right? And that's how
philanthropy becomes bad.
Philanthropy becomes bad because it should be the state operating on behalf of the people as a whole, not the money, not the individual.
I was not aware of that blowback. I would have loved to read some of those comments. I would like to go to their page and see what else they comment.
I'll give you another example. Here's another radicalized movement. Okay. So my friend Cheryl Sandberg, who I worked with very closely for a long time on Facebook, and by the way, Democrat, liberal, by the way, endorsed Kamala, like very much not on the same page as me on these things. She actually worked in the Clinton administration, sizable Democrat. She wrote this book called Lean In about 12 years ago. It's this sort of feminist manifesto, and it basically said
Lean In.
Lean In. And the thesis of Lean In was that women in their lives and careers could quote unquote lean in. She said what she observed in a lot of meetings was the men were leaning into the table and sitting like in front, and the women were like leaning back away from each other. And she said that women should lean in. It became a metaphor for her for women should like lean in their careers. They should like aggressively advocate for themselves to get like raises and promotions.
Like men do.
Women should basically become more aggressive in the workplace and then therefore perform better. And so it was like there's a manifesto of women basically saying be more confident, be more assertive, be more aggressive, be more successful. And I read the draft of the book when she was writing it, and I said, well, you realize you've written a right-wing manifesto. Right. And she looks at me like I've lost my mind, right? Because she's a lifelong left, and she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, this book is a statement that women have agency. Right? This book is a statement that the things that women choose to do will lead to better results. But that's what people believe on the right. On the left, what people believe is that women are only always and ever victims.
Wow.
And if a woman doesn't succeed in her career, it's because she's being discriminated against. And so I predicted when this book comes out, right-wingers are going to think it's great, and you're going to get it. Like the left is going to get mad. Because you're violating the fundamental principle of the left, which is anybody who does less well is a victim. Which, in that case, is exactly what happened. By the way, the reviews were all by women. And they tore into her, like in every major publication, they just like completely ripped her.
Wow.
Like, how dare this rich, entitled woman be telling us, telling women that they're not victims and that they're, that they have all this agency. Because this is denial of sexism, right? This denial of oppression.
Wow, because imagine if a man wrote a book like that for men.
Right. Well, it's patriarchy, right?
But men wouldn't attack it.
Oh, right, exactly, right.
It would be a guidebook.
Yeah, that's
This is how you kick ass and get ahead.
Yeah, we call it self-help.
Lean in, bro.
Lean in.
Just call it Lean In, bro.
Exactly right.
Wow, that's crazy to get attacked for that.
So again, it's the inversion, it's resentment, it's the inversion, which is like advocating on your own behalf and choosing to do things that make you.
What was her reaction to that?
I would say she was. I don't want to speak for her, but she was not pleased. I mean,
but also, was she shocked that you're correct? Did you have a follow-up conversation with her? What did she say?
We talked about it a lot.
Like, God damn it, Mark, how did you see that one coming?
So she was in the answer is her worldview of how these things work was from a different. It was from the Clinton Gore era,
right?
In which you could talk like that. You could talk like that.
Yes.
And by the time the book came out, it was already into the second Obama term heading in, right? And the book stuff started, and then at that point you could no longer say things like that.
Wow.
And everything got classified as very hard-edged, right? Us versus them, right? Oppressor versus oppressed.
Holy.
And so
it's such a contrast to what we hoped would happen when Obama would be president. My thought was, okay, like there's still some racism, but clearly, if you're the baddest motherfucker, you can get ahead. Like you can win, the country will vote for you. That's not what happened. No.
And you win again.
You win twice. And be like, I've always said, up until I've lost a lot of respect for him from some of the things that he said during this election cycle because I think they got desperate and they just resorted to actual lies. And I thought this is crazy to see him lying, especially the very fine people hoax. And we played the video back and forth of what Obama said he said and what he actually said, and it's pretty shocking because he's very explicit. He's saying not white nationalists, not neo-Nazis, they should be condemned. He says that very clearly. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are protesting and taking down his statue. And when you see a guy like Obama do that, it's such a bummer because he was the guy for me that was like our best spokesman. He was like, here's a guy that came from a single family or single parent household. He wasn't some rich entitled kid who was given everything in life. He's this brilliant speaker. He's like handsome. He represents like what we're hoping for. We're hoping for a colorblind society that just treats people on the merit of who they are, and anyone can achieve. And look, here he is. He made it. And then all of a sudden, identity politics goes through the fucking roof, and victim mentality becomes a thing that people choose to side with. And it just gets real weird for a long time.
That's right. That's right. Well, like I said, I hope they can find their way back.
So, but this lady's still on Team Kamala.
Well, yeah.
She got a few lessons out of that, but not all of them.
Well, no, this is if you've been a lifelong Democrat, if you've been a lifelong Democrat, and if that's that is at its core to a lot of people's value systems, then it's a real challenge.
Oh yeah, it's my parents.
When you're moving,
they're all in.
Goes in direction.
Oh yeah.
And there's right. And you can choose to follow. You can choose to follow the Fraser's version of it, or you can choose to say, you know what, like I'm still not going to switch sides, but it's something I advocate for my team to come back. This is Richie Torres. This guy is a congressman in Queens, I think, or the Bronx. But he actually started out. Everybody thought he was going to be a far left because he's gay, he's black, he's Latino. He was like at least associated with the squad early on, and he's like one of the guys in the Democratic Party who has now stood up, and he's been doing this in public for the last 3 weeks, saying clearly we have to get back to sense, like we have to get back to common sense, we have to get back to moderation.
Yeah.
We have to have law enforcement. We can't have crime in the streets. We have to have a border. We Democrats have to get back to moderation and sense. And so he's hoping to lead the party.
That's great.
That, and I think we support him. And I think he's like I think he's a very impressive guy. So there are people like, and he's young and very energetic, and I think he has a very bright future. But that's the kind of person who could lead the party.
Well, the big Nietzschean shift was when Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala, and everybody cheered. If there's not a better example than that, please tell me what it is, because that one was fucking nuts. Like, Dick Cheney was always the hard right. Like, during the Bush administration, all the lefties looked at him like that was Satan.
That's right.
He was the profiteer.
That's right.
He was the manipulator. He was the guy pulling the strings. He was the CEO of Halliburton that came. The whole thing was so crazy, and to see, oh, Dick Cheney just endorsed Kamala, and everybody's like, yay! Look, Dick Cheney's on our side. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? This is the best shift of it, right?
Yeah, that's right. All of a sudden we're all neocons. All of a sudden, as you said, all of a sudden we're pro-war. It's like wait, because like as you know, the Democrats used to be the anti-war party.
Yes.
They were the anti-war party for a very long time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Except back when they were trying to keep slavery out. That's part of the problem.
That was a different.
People don't realize that.
That was a different era. But coming out of Vietnam, they were definitely the anti-war party for 30
But
years.
isn't that a shift as well?
Yeah.
But the shift of the Republicans from back in the day being Abraham Lincoln and them trying to get rid of slavery, and the Democrats fighting to keep it. Like there's these weird ideological swings. They happen, and we're still attached to the idea of being a Democrat is like being a Clinton Democrat. We're in this weird sort of denial of what the ideology actually stands for versus how we think of ourselves when we say, I'm a Democrat, I'm a good person. I support civil rights, women's rights, blah, 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 blah. Down the line, I'm a Democrat. And if you go against that, well, now you're against all these things you know to be inherently important for society. They got you. They roped you into some crazy thing where you're supporting war. And then there's the big faction, right? There's the big Free Palestine versus support Israel.
Yeah.
Because the left always supported Israel.
Yeah, 100%.
And then all of a sudden there's this Free Palestine movement which divides the left even further.
There's a book written 70 years back by this guy Norman Podhoretz in Texas. So why are Jews liberal? Right. He was a right wing. He was right wing Jew, very important Jewish thinker, American Jewish thinker, like in the 60s, 70s, 80s. He had this thesis that like these Jewish liberal voters in the U.S. like basically are voting against ultimately they're voting for the Home Team because what they don't understand basically is that this is sort of a path number one to anti-Semitism, which is what's happened, but number two, basically you're never going to have long-term support for Israel from the left because Israel, the basic concept of Israel violates the idea that Israel is like literally a religious ethno-state.
Right.
And that's like inherently a right-wing idea, not a left-wing idea.
Right.
Like the left doesn't have room for
and a military superpower.
And a military, right, and is able to
And it's run by a former special forces operator.
Very yes, very yes, a very capable capable soldier.
He's a fucking assassin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so he argued that it was like whatever 20 years ago. Like this is headed in the wrong direction. But the argument was ignored at the time. And then at least a lot of my Jewish friends after October 7th, they were completely horrified. To find out, for example, the DEI was actually anti-Jewish, right? Which is what everybody learned with the scandals at the universities,
right?
And it's like there's two ways of looking at that. One is, oh my God, the DEI is anti-Jewish, therefore we need to add Jews to the DEI scorecard, right?
Well, when we saw the heads of Harvard and was it Yale? No,
it was Harvard, MIT, and Columbia.
Yeah,
that's right.
That was just so in everyone's face and so bananas.
Well, and then we saw that, right, exactly. Then we saw is that the same sort of radicalized left that actually said it's not just anti-Semitism and not just anti-Israel, but also ultimately pro-terrorist, pro-Hamas. The new acronym, LGBTH.
Ooh. But there's a bunch of other stuff in there now. There's Q, there's Two-Spirit.
Got to be H in there now for Hamas.
Oh boy, really?
Yeah, of course. And so like, I bring it up just as not to take a position, but just as an example of it's the kind of realignment.
Yeah.
A lot of Jewish Americans now are having to kind of rethink fundamental questions about political structure and alliances and who they should be part of and who they shouldn't be part of. So I think to your point, I think like the whole country is going through. I think we're going through the first like profound political realignment probably since the 1960s.
Yeah.
Which is when everything shifted between Johnson and Nixon in the South. I think we're going through like the most profound version of that right now, and I think it's something like the multi-ethnic working class coalition, that came together around Trump. Basically again against this sort of super exaggerated elite plus upper class kind of structure that the Democrats have built for themselves. And it just turns out there's just a lot more people still. And so I think, but by the way, including like a lot of black people, black vote for Trump is way up, Hispanic vote for Trump is way up,
right?
Vote for Trump is way up, gay vote is like all of the identity groups the Democrats relied on all these years, or the union vote is for Trump.
I'm sure you've seen the electoral map of California.
Yeah.
2024 and 2020.
Yes.
In contrast, it's a crazy red wave that's going through across the whole. Most of the state is red now.
Those of us on the coast are going to get pushed into the ocean.
Yes. Well, I think maybe the other way. We were talking about the hopeful way that the Democrats will wake up and come up with a more reasonable. I mean, there's obviously clear cultural pushback on all these crazier issues, and like the giant pushback from women about biological men competing against women. I mean, this is a giant one where women are saying, well, listen, we created Title IX for a reason. Like, we want women's sports to be for women. You can't have them for mentally ill men that think that they can be able to just decide they're a woman and compete against women, which is what it is in a lot of places. You don't even have to get tested. There's not like some sort of a hormone protocol. It's just what your identity is, which is just nuts. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of people on the left are having a really hard time justifying.
Because how can you deny a victim group?
Right.
You can't. I mean, in the full version of that ideology, the extreme version of that ideology, you cannot deny victim claim.
Well, it also comes with this weird caveat where you have to deny the existence of perverts.
Right.
Because a pervert, all they have to do is say, I identify as a woman, throw on a wig, and now you can go hang around the women's room and no one can say anything. Well, you've emboldened and empowered one of the worst groups in society that we've always protected women from. And you have to pretend they don't exist if you just want to base it solely on identity, especially like a self-described identity. You just decide, and then that's it. And, I mean, there's states that have that now with prisoners, that all a prisoner has to do is identify with being a woman, and you are now housed in women's prisons. California has 47 of them from the last time I looked at it. And there's hundreds that are waiting on like a waiting list to try to get in. So you have women who, especially if you're someone who's dealing with, if you've ever been raped or sexually abused, and now you have to share space with a man who might be a fucking pervert. And some of these men even have some crimes that are along those lines that they're in jail for. It's crazy. I mean, Canada's the worst at it. There's a bunch of different examples of these type of people getting in female prisons. And it's insanity. And I think the left rejects that too for the most part. There's the sensible version of the left that is like, hey, yeah, I'm pro-gay rights, yeah, I'm pro-women's rights, I'm pro-civil rights, I'm pro-choice, I'm pro-this, I'm anti-war, but also, you can't let psychos just put on a fucking dress and hang out in women's rooms just because we want to be kind. Like, that's nuts. So there has to be some, and then there's legitimate trans women. So, like, how do you make the distinction? Well, then clearly we have to have a fucking conversation. And if you don't allow that conversation to take place, like, if you go to Blue Sky and you type in there are only two genders, you're banned. Right there. People have done it. There's a bunch of people who've done it. It's fun. It's fun. They've created a little sock puppet account and they say some shit that should have been a reasonable thing to say just 20 years ago. Yeah, well, you make me hopeful, Mark. You do. You do, because you lay things out in a really well thought out way that is not hyperbolic, and you're making a lot of sense. So I'm glad we talked. I feel better.
Good. Fantastic.
I think the world does too. I really do. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people, even people that are Democrats, who say I feel better that Trump won.
Every day it feels better. It's just like it feels like just things are opening up.
It's the Obama campaign. It's hope and change.
Yeah, hope and change.
Never?
It's hope and changing.
This is kind of actually hope and change.
Yeah.
This is actually it.
It feels like oxygen. Sure.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Mark. I really appreciate you. Tell everybody your Substack, how to find you on social media.
I'm on X under P Marquet. I'm on Substack. Google me.
All right.
Ask Perplexity.
All right.
Ask ChatGPT. It will deny it. No. It will happily tell you that I exist. At least last time I checked. So.
What about Wikipedia?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know if Catherine is still on.
Always a pleasure, Mark. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Bye, everybody. Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. We got Mike Rome. Carl's over there snoring. So what are you doing on QVC? What are you selling?
Greatest line from Blazing Saddles, by the way, from Gene Hackman.
Which one?
He says, cigars? Remember Peter Boyle is coming? He had just left, and Gene Hackman is there after getting the soup spilled in his lap. And he's basically saying, I had cigars, because the creature stomps off.
I don't remember that.
Tiny
It's been
little
too
moment.
long since I've seen that movie.
Best,
He's a little bit of a fucking distraction. Can he calm down? Trank him. Oh, we don't have our headphones on. Maybe we
I thought you were talking about me.
No, Carl.
For an awful moment.
We wore him out. Jamie was throwing the toy for Carl.
He's such a great dog. He's got,
Adorable.
It's such a personality thing that for me with dogs and pets in general, like right away that this thing has a personality.
Carl's got a lot of personality.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
Yeah, and
Like a little kid.
And a person name, which I think is super interesting. Mine's Freddie. He's a terrier.
I like a dog with a person name.
Yeah, me too.
Like Fido? What the fuck is a Fido?
No one knows.
Actually, oh no, that's Philo. I was thinking of Clint Eastwood in Every Which Way But Loose. It's Philo Fido.
Could also be Philo Farnsworth, who created television.
For real?
Yeah.
Did only one guy do it, or was it one of those like light bulb type deals where like a bunch of people were scrambling for it? And
what do they call that? Like a hive mentality. Right?
Yeah, right.
Like that happened with the integrated circuit, right? When Kilby at Radio Shack was doing the same basic work, I think, that Robert Noyce was doing for Intel. And one was here in Texas, and the other was in California. And they had never met, and they had never compared notes, but the work on the circuitry was so close that they wound up sharing the Nobel Prize.
Oh, that's interesting.
Super, super strange. But that,
that's a whole common thing with human beings, and it's this concept of morphic resonance. Have you ever heard of that concept?
No.
Rupert Sheldrake, he wrote about this, and he the idea is, and it's based on some actual facts too about there's some real statistics about rats. Like if you teach a rat how to run a maze on the East Coast, a rat on the West Coast will run it faster. It's like they learn the pattern somehow or another. It's very bizarre. There's like information that's apparently shared across species, and the idea is that somehow or another they're quantumly entangled. Like that the entire group of these specific types of animals are quantumly entangled or entangled in some way that we don't understand.
So it's a kind of, I mean, I would think biological evolution might flirt with that. I read a paper, a guy wrote, his name was Patrick House. This was his PhD, and he was talking about Toxoplasma gondii and histoplasmosis. And it was a crazy paper. His real premise was trying to understand the phenomenon of the cat lady and why every culture, like this isn't unique to America. In every culture, you can find a woman who, you know, 2 cats, 3 cats maybe, but like went all the way to 38, right? And just was like, this is perfectly normal. So his paper was what happened to a person's brain to tell it it's normal to have 38 cats. And then it gets super complicated because he identifies a gondii that lives in the cat's gut and basically breeds there. And what he learned was when the cats were crapping, the gondii would come out. And then the rats and the mice that ate the cat crap, something was happening to their brains on a neurological level. This gondii basically disabled the part of the brain that would tell an otherwise sentient rat to run from the cat. But suddenly they weren't running. They became prey. They became docile, and the cats started obliterating the mice and rat population because this thing that was breeding in its ass was effectively making its prey easier to catch. So Dr. House thought, well, you know, we've all heard about why pregnant women should stay away from cats because that can have an effect. And a rat's brain and a human brain have a surprising number of parallels. So he basically postulated that, you know, Doris the cat lady was living a fairly normal life until she got just a little bit of cat on her fingers and ate it. And the gondii disabled the part of her brain that said, hey, maybe 2 cats is enough.
It's worse than that. It actually makes the rat sexually attracted to the smell of cat urine.
Exactly, right.
Yeah, it actually makes them aroused. Yeah.
Now, I don't know if Doris went that far.
Have you ever seen them, like, run up to cats?
Yeah.
The toxo-infected rats?
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Yep.
They run right up to them. And the cat's like, what the fuck is going on? The cat's, like, bounce away from the rat.
It's like watching the Beatles at the Ed Sullivan Theater. You know, like, what's wrong with you? Why?
What's happening?
That's
like
I normally talk
that's
or
super
do this.
there's also
I'm working through a project though. I don't know why, but not all my streams are streaming. Most of them are, but not all of them. And it's frustrating to me. I've had to email their customer support. And please just know when I'm focused on that, I don't have time to be answering all kinds of questions, but I will answer any question I can.
I got more. I don't want to compete. I'm going to lose. But you'll love this. You probably already know it.
Just
homeostatic risk,
this project, and
equilibrium,
not
and
something I want to
unintended
be
consequences, especially with motorcycle riders that emanate from safety
So
protocols, don't be fun.
Really?
Yeah. So like if you study,
I'll tell you this. The second that I can talk to you guys and everything's working, I got all 8 of my streams going.
measure every decision that you make in terms of
just know, if you catch me on another day, I'm much nicer than this. I'm so. If I apologize, I'm not normally a mean person. I'm just frustrated why this doesn't work.
including a helmet.
I mean, to the point where I'm emailing YouTube and Twitter and Rumble. I mean,
you take more chances.
That causes a lot of frustration.
The equilibrium that we all have in our brain is different from one person to the next, but what's the same is our desire to compensate for the environment around us. So compensatory risk and the subconscious decisions that we might make behind the wheel when we're buckled up versus not buckled up. When we have ABS brakes as opposed to not then they hooked up the cars to monitor every driver decision, and in virtually every case, the drivers with the better safety gear took more chances because their brain is subconsciously compensating.
Okay.
Right?
That's good.
It's the same. Yeah. I mean, it's controversial, but I understand it. It's why the most dangerous intersections have signs that tell you when to walk and when not to walk. I've crossed them because the little man is walking. It says go, so you step off, and there's the big blue bus, and then you spat. So yeah, the unintended consequences of following traditional safety protocols, has always really been interesting.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. It takes a lot of hard work to put this show together, which is why I'm grateful for the small circle of people that work behind the scenes. A team effort is what makes this show successful, just like it takes a solid team to make any business successful. If you're hiring and you want to know how do you find the best person for your team, I think the answer is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter is the hiring site that employers prefer the most based on G2. You'll immediately get your job posting in front of qualified candidates, and then you can invite top candidates to apply. See why so many business owners and hiring managers are thankful for ZipRecruiter.
No way.
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to this exclusive web address right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Look, it really makes sense if you have a vehicle that's more able and capable, you're going to probably drive it faster. And you're probably going to take more risks because it can do stuff. Like I used to think, I used to have a Lexus SUV, this big boat, and you know what I loved about it? I drove slow in it. I was just like real, because it doesn't stop that good, it's not that fast, but it's big and comfortable, and it just chilled me out. And then I had an M3, I had 2 cars at the time, and my M3 was a zippy little thing, and I was flying around that thing. I was like, why do I drive different in this fucking car than I do in the big car? The big car was just chill. Just get in that big old boat, and I just,
Sure.
the world was like quiet out there, it's nice and relaxed.
I think it's a slightly different analysis. Like if you're going to adjust your behavior consciously to adapt to the externality, right? Like you're going to drive faster if you have a fast car because that's why the guy built the thing.
Right.
And it would almost be rude, right? It would be rude to drive a hot rod like a boat.
Right.
It's the unconscious things that you do when you assume or mitigate risks as a result of employing an externality that I think is just super interesting.
It is interesting.
Well, because if it's right, what it does is it turns all the safety first protocols, not necessarily on their head, but this happened in dirty jobs. I did a whole special called Safety Third because safety isn't really first, not really, ever. And
because if it was, you would never get a lot of things done.
Well, you'd never get out of the studio.
You would definitely never do construction.
Heck no. No, you wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do anything. It's
How are you gonna move steel girders if safety's first? You'd be like, the first thing you should do is not move this fucking girder.
That's right.
This thing's too big.
That's right. Look, I mean, for me, it was really it took 2 years to kind of puzzle it through because on dirty jobs for the first 2 years nobody got hurt. We were and we sat through probably 50 mandatory safety briefings, whether it's mines or confined spaces or high spaces or lockout, tag out, all those protocols and procedures were super intense. And we were really, really focused on coming home alive in one piece. So we really paid attention. But after 2 years of these mandatory compulsory meetings and all of these procedures, we all started getting hurt. I mean, nothing serious, but broken fingers and cracked rib and singed off my eyebrows and my eyelashes and mild concussions and things like that. It's like, what the hell's happening? what was happening is the the safety experts in all of these mandatory meetings started to sound like, remember Charlie Brown's teacher,
Yeah.
Mrs. Oathbar. We were just falling asleep.
Right.
So it was like, holy crap, we're in compliance, but we are not out of danger.
Got it.
And so that begs the question: you know, what happens to a normal person who actually comes to believe, either on the job site or just in life, that somebody else cares more about their well-being than they do? And it's like, that's when complacency rears its ugly head. So on dirty jobs, it was just shorthand among the crew, but it was always safety third, which meant, heads up, man, keep your head on a swivel. You can be as compliant as you want, but in the end, if you don't want to fall off the bridge, it's kind of on you.
Is there also a factor when you have a person who's the safety officer who's kind of annoying and then like really like super interested, and maybe you kind of like pawn off the safety aspect to them, and then you don't think about it as much because someone's supposedly looking out for you?
How much do you think about proper driving technique when you're sitting in the back on your laptop, or even up front next
Depends
to
on the driver.
For sure.
If I was driving and my wife was in the back seat, she'd be paying attention a lot.
Shout out to your guy. What was his name? Ashton, who picked me up this morning. Excellent driver.
Oh, I'm glad you're happy with it.
Just so you know. Yeah, I know he drives a lot of your guests, and this is a feedback I want to pass along.
Good job, my
very
bro.
cross.
Shout out to Ashton.
But yeah, look, I think anytime.
That motherfucker in Aston Martin. Why isn't he like a fucking Aston Martin spokesperson?
Yeah. There's going to be, it's like whack-a-mole. It's going to pop up someplace else.
Hi, I'm Ashton for Aston Martin. Hi, I'm Ashton for Aston Martin.
Well, your show, like,
why isn't
sort
Ashton
of illuminated a lot of really crazy jobs that people probably weren't aware of. That you go, oh yeah, if this guy didn't do this, we'd kind of be fucked.
Yeah.
And you don't even think about it.
Yeah.
It's just a thing that's going on behind the scenes, or out of your radar.
Yeah. That was it.
Wouldn't the fuck that ugly ass shirt?
How did you get started in that? Like, who came up with the concept?
Well, I mean, technically, I guess I did, but I mean, honestly, there are no new ideas. I stole this from George Plimpton, Studs Terkel a little bit, Charles Perrault, some, Paul Harvey a little bit. That kind of storytelling was always kind of interesting to me. And I freelanced for years, probably 20 years, in the entertainment business, working pretty much whenever I wanted on shows that I didn't care about at all. And I was taking my retirement in early installments and really happy with the model. I'd been fighting
on multiple devices, including PCs and Chromebooks.
For CBS on a show called Evening Magazine. The show comes on after like the local news. And I was a host, and I would go every day.
Especially
this is a cushy gig. Nobody watched the show. But it was
recently,
it was,
Rumble Studio will be streaming, and it will make it look like you are still streaming on YouTube and Twitch, but when you look at YouTube and Twitch, they both time out after very few seconds, sometimes 4 or 5 seconds, sometimes 3 minutes, and they time out simultaneously, which tells me that it's probably on the Rumble Studio end.
I was in my cubicle at CBS, and she says, Michael, your grandfather will be 90 years old tomorrow. And my granddad, by the way, 7th grade education, electrical contractor by trade, but also a plumber, steam fitter, piper. He'd fabricate, fix anything. He had that chip. And I grew up next to him in this little farmstead north of Baltimore. I knew I was going to follow in his footsteps. I knew it. But the handy gene is recessive, right? I didn't get that. And it was my pop who got me. He basically said, dude, just get a different. You can be a tradesman. I know you're enamored of being a tradesman. Just get a different tool box. So that's what got me into entertainment. And 20 years later, I had completely run amok. I'd sung in the opera. I'd sold stuff on QVC.
You sung opera?
8 years, man.
Were you classically trained?
Not really.
How did you get involved in opera singing?
Well, it's a weird. Look, sidebar.
Additionally, comma, I get the opposite effect sometimes when I will have a 12-hour YouTube stream through Rumble Studio, but Rumble Studio only records 7 hours or so.
They're in an opera. Most of the big moments are arias, right? And most of the arias are, I mean, they're sung by the main characters, and there are lots of ones that you would recognize. They're German, they're Italian for the most part. This one was Italian, and it was from La Boheme, which is just another version of Rent, essentially.
Thank you so much for your prompt reply. Period. Please let me know if you have any other questions.
Italian, so I walked around Baltimore with, you remember the Sony Walkman?
Yeah, I remember that. I had one of those.
I had one too, and I listened to a guy named Samuel Ramey singing the Code Aria, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And the words didn't mean anything to me, but the sounds did, and I could carry a tune, so I just memorized the sounds. And then I crashed an audition for the Baltimore Opera in
So no classic training at all, just a Walkman and a cassette.
Yeah, I had a music teacher prior to that, like a Mr. Holland type of guy, who actually changed my life. He kind of fixed a stammer that I had, and then he forced me to audition for plays that I didn't really want to be in. And then the craziest thing ever, this guy, his name was Fred King. He was known as King of the Barbershoppers. He was like a legend in this weird world of a cappella singing. And he put me in a barbershop quartet when I was in high school, and opened up like this very weird world of music written long before I was born that I found super interesting. And so my best friends and I, uh, we just started learning these ancient songs and singing for people, usually unsolicited from nursing.
What kind of fucking dudes are you hanging out with that were interested in doing this with you?
Well, one of them is basically my producer, a guy called Chuck Klausmeyer, who I went to high school with, produces my podcast. And we still write, we'll write unauthorized jingles for our sponsors and sing them in 4-part harmony. I'm not saying it's cool. I'm just saying it's a thing that I did when I was young, and I never really shook it. Because like way leads on to way.
Right, so you knew how to sing.
I could carry a tune.
So you had some experience singing, kind of.
Yeah.
And then you decided you were going to learn how to sing opera.
Well, what really happened was I decided that my toolbox wasn't going to let me work in the construction trades or do anything my pop could do. And he really was a magician, and I really took his advice seriously. So I wanted to be in entertainment. I didn't want to be in the opera. I wanted to be on TV, but I needed an agent. And I couldn't get an agent unless I had my Screen Actors Guild card. And I couldn't get my SAG card unless I had an agent. So I couldn't audition for things that I wanted to do unless I found a way around this weird tautology. And a friend of mine, a guy called Mike Geller, told me, he said, hey, so there's the Screen Actors Guild. There, at the time, there was AFTRA. I'm sure you were part of both.
Yeah.
The thing you didn't know about was AGMA. The American Guild of Musical Artists is a sister union to the Screen Actors Guild and to AFTRA, who have since combined. And the rule back then was if you could get into any of them, you could simply pay your dues to the other, and then you were in. So for me, it was easier to kind of fake my way into the opera than it was onto a sitcom. So my plan.
This is all diabolical.
Well,
it's a great plan. I mean, it's like that kind of strategic thinking is very valuable. You should be in the Navy or something.
Well, look, I was just trying to get a job.
I know, but it's clever.
But there's always a stage door, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, there's always a back way in.
Right.
And so I thought, I memorized the aria. I auditioned. I was stopped halfway through it by the musical director. The guy named Wade Mitzi. He was like, Mr. Roth, you have no idea what you're saying at all, do you?
Were you saying the words wrong? You were just repeating the sounds.
I was singing it loud, and I was singing it like I understood what I was saying.
Right.
All I really understood plan was to do one or two of those, get my card, and then buy my SAG card, and then go about the business of being a famous TV star. Simple. Well, the music, the music was so much better than I imagined it might be. And like when you get up in the catwalks of a real theater, you've done shows in these theaters. There's nothing magically different about them. But when there's a full orchestra playing the hell out of Verdi or Rachmaninoff, and you're looking down on the scene, you're looking out at the audience, and the sound is just amazing. And the girls, so like I think there were 80 people, I guess, in the rep company, more or less. 45 women, 35 guys. 30 of the guys had zero interest in 100% of the women. And of the remaining five straight dudes, three were married. And the only other single guy had a mole the size of your thumb on his eyelid with thick black hair growing out of it. It was just, I was really the only straight dude.
You were the belle of the ball.
And I'm dressed like a Viking or a pirate. And I'm going on stage, and I'm a fake. I mean, I admit it. I barely learned the language enough to kind of keep up, and people in the chorus took pity on me, and it was a world,
Huh.
really. It was a world that I didn't know existed, and once I saw it, I didn't fall in love with it, but I fell in love with the idea that there were worlds out there that I didn't know anything about and that were maybe more interesting than I thought. And so I stayed for 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I never got out of the chorus. I never had like a featured role. I had a couple lines here and there. But the Baltimore Opera was a big deal looking back at it. And that was, for me, 83 to 90.
Wow.
Yeah. And then, since we're talking about it, it was a Sunday. And during the intermission of something, I think it was the Ringus Nibel Luncheon, this giant Wagner, epic, torturous thing. And the chorus didn't have to be. This is the one you saw it on Bug.
There he is.
Kill the rabbit, kill the rabbit. It's that one, right? There it is.
Yo, dog. I hope you didn't get banned from there, did you?
I did not. No, dude, I slept in like a motherfucker. I'm sorry.
No, you no need to apologize. You're good as fuck.
Yeah, I slept in. When I woke up, I saw your message, and I was like, well, I'm out of there then. I'm only in there to hang out with Rabbi.
I appreciate that. Okay, so let me explain what happened. Um, Everything worked really well last night, where I got like a dozen people in there, then 14, then 16, then 20, and once that happens, I got tired from singing and doing all the other shit, and so uh, I I decided, okay, now I'm gonna just chill and listen like anybody else. The fact that I have my camera on should make no difference so long as I'm not violating any of the rules. So um, I turned on this robot that I made that whenever anybody kicks me out, it lets me back in, and that pisses off mods more than anything because it's like you're they're literally up against a fucking robot now. So kick me out, do whatever the fuck you want. It's just gonna let me back. And I woke this morning, did all the morning shit that I had to do, and then um, I saw that there were some people in there, and I went and I started singing, and I did, and then I sang in like some other discords, and okay, everything was fine. I was really surprised that I hadn't been banned last night, but it's like okay. So then I noticed that somebody had met. I noticed no. Well, so what happened was I wanted to rest my throat. No one was in there, so I started streaming a Coldplay concert, which is normally what I do when I'm not doing anything. And it's not like I'm forcing everybody to watch Coldplay. Go watch whatever you want. But if you want to, you can click on the thing and then hear it. But you have to click on the thing and watch it. So then I did that, and I'm like, okay, well, that seems to be fine. And somebody comes in and they're like, yeah, can you please move? They I don't think they say please, but well they said this. Somebody different said this to me yesterday. Uh, maybe they said please. We're gonna move you to the chill box. And I said, look, I don't want to move to the chill box. I'm in here. I'm just waiting for people to come in and sing. I've already sung in here today, and this person's like, I've been watching you for the last hour, and you haven't sung in here. And I'm like, dog, I sang all fucking morning. I don't know what you were watching, but like, what now? Do I have a singing quota? What's your deal? Like, why are you picking on me? I'm obviously following all the rules. In fact, I'm going above and beyond and following even more rules because I'm wearing headphones, and nobody else is forced to do that. And then I noticed Blue, the guy who banned me last time, the moderator comes in, and then some other guy comes in. And this other guy's like, look, I don't care what you want to do in here, but we're not going to let you stream all the time. And I'm like, okay, well, just tell me where in the rules what you can't do that. They're like, it's not in the rules. And I said, well, then you're discriminating against me. You're picking on me because you are enforcing you are enforcing a non-existent rule, and you're just forcing that on me. And I said, look, talk to Blue, because Blue knows I'm following all the rules that they set up for me. This guy's like, well, I'm higher than Blue. And then all of a sudden, it's just, I was banned. And so I'm like, okay, fine. So I have my, like, Sarah Singer singing account or whatever, Sarah Shines. And so I went and I messaged the owner of the karaoke with, like, a really formal message that I put through ChatGPT that just basically says, like, look, I'm being picked on. As I was leaving, everybody like this one guy's yelling at me, N lover, like N word lover, like dog. Nobody fucking needs that. That's just terrible behavior. Nobody needs to be picked on like that. And and then I posted it on his YouTube channel, like, hey, this really long message. Hey, I want to make you aware of what your mods are allowing. Basically, they allow people to come in and say whatever they want to anybody that they want, and they are selectively enforcing rules. And then on top of that, they are enforcing non-existent rules. And I said, I politely request that you reinstate me. I don't think they ever will, and that's fine. It's just what happened in the dark will be seen in the light, and all these people will be seen, and I will sit them down at a table when perhaps I have the ability, and I will say, okay, so why did you do this? Well, we just didn't want you to stream in there all the time. Okay, why didn't you put it in your rules? It's as simple as that. Like, anytime anybody says I'm doing anything against the rules, okay, but aside from that, you're picking on me. And now the whole world will know because it's all recorded for not just a day, not just a week, not just a year, not just a decade, but perhaps centuries from now. They'll be like, oh yeah, that was that asshole server. Rabbi does a really good job in there. He was following all the rules. And these people just decided to be um, selected. And I get what one guy said. He said, look, um, we're getting so many complaints that people don't want to stream or don't want to sing in this Discord or in this karaoke box because you're streaming in here. And I'm like, look, I put it on. I did what you told me to do, which is put that you live stream, and also I'm using headphones. I'm doing all the things that you told me to do, and I did everything that the other moderator told me to do. I followed the rules exactly. And then this guy, the last words that I said were something along the lines of, look, if you're just gonna pick on me, then this is discriminatory behavior. You're not you're not focusing on what rule I've broken. And the guy's like, well, if if we want to discriminate against you, we can discriminate against anybody we want. And then that was the last thing. So, the world will see that perhaps someday. I've run into. Go ahead.
Did they say that to you in words, or did you get to save that as like text?
They said it to me when I was in the VC and I had my earphones in, so like only people with like superhuman hearing could be able to hear it. But I'm it's like a thing with you have like a child who is beaten enough. It's just like they okay, what's the next thing? Like I'll just or like an animal that's just been abused enough. Okay, fine. So then so I mean I really am just like at a loss at sometimes because um I cannot believe how many different platforms just like literally just don't want you to stream all the time, and I don't understand what the issue with it is. Um, to me, there's no time limit on these things, so why wouldn't you just want people to have as much content as possible? I don't understand it. Um, okay, so then what did I do? Uh, I Well, I wish there was a way. I think like in the future, Discord could do this. That it tells you can get like a transcript of everything that happened to you, so that you can later prove what happened. Because if not, if they kick you out of a Discord, you're just done, and you have to like sneakily get back in and get everything. And so,
Yeah.
I just kind of think that that's a little too harsh. Now, I say that, but then if somebody comes in here and I'm asleep and they're loud, they're gone. I mean, it's like, okay, well, where's your warning system for that person or kicking them out? So I get it, I get it. Um, Really, Discord should have some kind of system that's like a volume maximum. Like, hey, if you're louder than this, the sound will not go louder unless you have been vetted to some extent. Um, I get all that. Okay, so what else happened? Well, I've been fighting with Twitter, as you know, to get my accounts back, and um, ooh, um, hold on a second. So Discord got back to me. Um, so they're you can't really complain about an individual. Well, I guess you can complain about an individual Discord, but I don't want to fuck around because I don't want to lose this Discord. So it's like I won't fight it anymore. But I'm surprised that they did get back to me. What did they say? They said, you didn't like we don't have anybody who is under that name. The name of my email to them was discord.gg/karaoke is discriminating against people. So at least they know, hey, nobody else is going to complain about this. I get it. I got my fucking my 2 cents in, but I don't want to fight them anymore because then they're like, if I use my real accounts, then they'll be like, okay, well, why are you in 12 different Discords right now? And they'll find that that's against the terms, and the way that they'll say it is it like they'll say like an overuse of platform resources or something like that. They'll just come up with something stupid, and I don't want to risk that. Okay, so with that, the thing that normally works for me just about all the time is Rumble Studio, and that's the thing that I use to multi-stream. And for some reason, it has not been working, and it's strange. It's like on some of my devices it works fine, but on other ones, um, or other accounts, it will do a very strange thing where it will be recording on Rumble, but for YouTube and Twitch, it stops at like 5 seconds in or 3 minutes in. Just a strange. I can't really tell you like exactly what the timing on it is. So I emailed them. Like I've been emailing motherfuckers all fucking day today, and um, because I have no other way to communicate these assistants and these issues. So Rumble support got back to me, and they needed more clarification if I was just using Rumble Studio or something else. And I explained to them like the situation. Usually, like let's say I have a 12-hour YouTube video, or let's say I have a 12-hour Rumble Studio video, then my YouTube video should be exactly 12 hours, and my Twitch should be exactly 12 hours. I'm not finding that though. I will have a 12-hour, or let's say I'll have like an 8-hour kick, or an 8-hour Rumble stream and a 3-second YouTube stream and a 3-second Twitch stream, and it wasn't always like this. I mean, it normally works like every single time. So, but they got back to me and they're just asking for more specifics. So hopefully they're able to fix this. It's not that I'm not streaming right now. In fact, I'm so fortunate. I'm streaming on 5 different channels right now, perfectly. It's just I got this other 3 that I want to work like the other ones, and for whatever reason they're not. Okay, so then what? So then I went to Twitter. I was like, hey, oh man, I created a meme. I created a couple memes um, on X or whatever for the people at Team YouTube. I've taken, I've gone after them. Um, oh, I also tweeted to Rumble Studio on X, and they got back to me, so that's what Rumble got back to me. Okay, so what did I say? Well, what's my tweet? It's not anything amazing, but okay. What did we say? Here we go. Replies. Where's my tweet? Here we go. I love this tweet or this like format with exhibit, and mine says, "Yo dog." I'm gonna have to read it. It goes, "Yo dog. Heard at Team YouTube likes to lie, so we ensured we attach your lies with this meme so everyone, including your shit CEO at Sundar Pichai, to ensure your stock price tanks." And then um, I put my other one that I made, which is just this lady yelling liar at Jerry Seinfeld. And then
I love that one. That one's great.
I'm surprised that that's not a meme format. That to me is like the perfect meme format. It's like a lady yelling at a dude, and she goes fucking nuts on him, and yeah, but I truthfully could see the way that memes work is like, um, it all kind of has to filter through certain groups. It's hard to just have a meme on your own, and I feel like the ones that are established memes have to go through essentially producers and perhaps like these different platforms. And I could see somebody saying, look, we don't want Jerry Seinfeld being a negative meme. He's worth too much to us. His Seinfeld as a show is worth, a lot to us. I mean, he's a billionaire, and the show, I think, is worth billions itself. So if anything, do another, like, we have enough things where you can have them seen in a positive light. But yeah, to me that's a perfect meme where that woman just goes off. Truthfully, I was reading a bunch of comments on that YouTube video or just of that scene, and everybody's like, this woman should have, this is the best 40 seconds of acting we've ever seen. And it really is. This woman just knocks the shit out of the park. So then I put just their messages. Looks like, I mean, literally they say to me, looks like your channel was suspended for circumvention. If you think this was a mistake, fill out the appeal form for your original terminated channel. So I say to them, looks like you need to check your facts. You don't seem to be doing a very good job at your position. You keep telling everyone that it's for circumvention when here is the evidence that it says it's because of the sex and nudity policy. And then I send them that email. So, I mean, I still haven't gotten that account back. I understand. Okay, now we've got. It's so funny that I have to complain using a platform on which I'm banned, which is X. And the way that I complain is, well, then I've been just going in this fucking constant loop with them, where they say, um, I say I'm going to appeal a suspended account, and they say, okay, please tell us the reasons why you think your account should be unsuspended, and then I put all the reasons, and then they're like, they sometimes they get back to me and they just say, like, this case is closed or whatever. If you want, you can reopen another account. So I reopen another account, or not reopen another account. They don't say that. You can reopen another complaint. So I open up another complaint and say, you know, yo, what's going on, Massive Glob? Oh, I'm talking. My man. I'm talking to somebody else. Apologies. I wasn't talking to you. Hope you're doing well. So, excellent. So, long story short, I finally got these guys back to the point where they say, if you change your password, we will give you your account back within a few hours. But they've said that before. They said that on Monday, and nothing happened. So, I just take I take that. Hey, what's going on? I take that screenshot and I send it to them and make sure that they're aware of what I'm doing. And
Can you hear me?
yes, we can. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Excellent. What's good in your neck of the woods, Lo? What's good in your neck of the woods? How are you? Okay, that's all right.
You talking to me?
Yeah,
We can help.
I'm well. Apologies this morning. I've just been busy with. I was just telling Caspian C. I've emailed Rumble, I've emailed YouTube, I've emailed Twitter, and I've emailed Discord. Like, that's a bunch of emails. to just have to go through. So aside from that, I've been busy with that kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but living the dream, man. Well, how did you find out about me, if I may ask?
Oh, just some friends.
Okay, cool. But I haven't given you my spiel. You don't know too much about me, do you?
No, not too much, no.
Excellent. Okay. Well, first and foremost, Lo, I'm a much nicer person than I come off this morning. I was very, very frustrated with all of the different kinds of issues. I mean, again, YouTube, Discord, Twitter, and Rumble all in the same morning is no fun. So, what do? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days for world peace. We got a peace. We don't quite have peace, but we do have a ceasefire in the Middle East, which is definitely a positive, and I hope to see that continue. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I essentially have made my life into a fishbowl for the world. Anybody can watch me whenever you want, and I think in the future this will be studied at an academic level for perhaps the health benefits, the behavior patterns that people see, bathing patterns, my eating habits, all of the things about a human. We have more content on, and it's from 360 degrees. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society low are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, essentially bringing back animals that were once extinct. Uh, Specifically, this occurred in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. And fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific out of Dallas, Texas, has made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle by the year 2028. So, like within the next 3.5 years or so, Lo, you might be able to see a woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle, which should be really exciting. Additionally,
Wow.
exactly. Additionally, things that we talk about are life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells, and things like nootropics, cold shock therapies, cryogenics. We talk about things perhaps like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, and essentially, Lo, when you were born, the average life expectancy, if you're in the Western world, is probably about 80 years old. But I think that we'll be able to extend that to age 100, 120 eventually with some of this technology. But I think we all know that that's not good enough, and your body will eventually break down. So that's where the next type of technology comes into place. Lo, has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die?
Well, maybe in certain circumstances.
Okay, like what, if I may ask?
Um, maybe. Have you gone skydiving before?
I have not actually. I had set up an appointment to go skydiving, and I was at the airstrip, and it was too cloudy to go.
Yeah, well, I was just there to be honest, because to cure someone's fear of heights.
Sure.
It wasn't really for me to be honest, but they thought he kept screaming that you're gonna die, but obviously I didn't. That's pretty much one example
Oh,
of what you're
excellent,
asking.
excellent. Well, um, I actually that's the reason why I wanted to do it as well. Is just get over that fear, and I can tell you that I am in agreement with what you had said. Is I don't think you're going to die, but for different reasons, perhaps. And what do I mean? After life extension technology, there's another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer. We scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, like a CAT scan or an MRI, to later download into an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. Essentially, though, what I'm saying is that you may be able to experience, perhaps, a digital immortality, which is quite interesting, meaning you'll be able to live as long as you want for in as many different ways as you want. And if no one's ever had the opportunity to tell you that, it's a privilege to be able to say that to you. What do you think of that, Lo?
Well, I don't know if that's scientifically possible, but I love the idea.
Excellent. Well, with enough time, essentially everything is scientifically possible, including time travel and faster than light travel. Some other things that we talk about on the stream that are, I feel, important to the world are things like uh, disclosure, alien disclosure. So that's an important aspect I feel to um, for the world to be of which the world should be aware. And if you didn't know, at least in the United States, within the last 2 weeks or so, we have had congressional hearings on the UFO subject, specifically UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, USOs, unidentified submersible objects, and also aliens and extraterrestrial EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities. Um, so disclosure may be right around the corner. And essentially, what I've done is create a time capsule for society. Now, Lo, you may say, look, Rabbi, all of that with all that science sounds great, but I'm just a normal person. I can't afford any of that, or I'm perhaps. I understand. And you should know that Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, the content is king, and I'm making it true today. Additionally, I have more data online than any person ever. And in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, gold, water, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. And when this goes viral, and like just like what your friends did, they told a friend who told a friend who told a
Can
friend.
I ask a quick question?
Go,
Sorry to cut you off.
go ahead.
How do you intend to make people time travel and great and
That's a great question.
basically how long people want to live? Can you elaborate on that, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so that one's easier. So basically, once we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or MRI, we're going to know where every single atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. It'll be a complete, exact copy. So it will know where all your memories are, all of your feelings, all of your emotions, everything that makes up your personality, basically everything but your skin and bones and muscles. And we will have that stored in a computer, and at any given time, you'll be able to transfer that information into whatever type of being you want, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an android, an ethereal being, an avatar. These are all options. If you've seen the movie Avatar, it's very similar to that. If you haven't seen that, essentially it's an idea that you could take all of this information in a person, scan it, and then put it into another being, which we just call avatars. And then those avatars can live a life, and if they ever die, we could go back and get that original state where we downloaded you and bring you back for whatever else you want. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now
That makes sense. Can you explain
you raised
about
it.
aliens being real?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of evidence of this. Do you want to see what an alien looks like? Lo, do you want to see what an alien looks like?
Please show me. Please show me.
Absolutely. This is what everybody would want to see. Okay, so I can tell you this. This is a very famous video. Let me just tell you what AI says about it. Please tell me everything you know about the Skinny Bob video and the fact that there was a Reddit reward for anyone who could debunk it.
No, I did not know that.
No, I understand. No, I will show you. So what it says is, I was talking to AI. Apologies. I use AI all the time. All right. So the Skinny Bob video is a footage that allegedly shows a real alien known as Skinny Bob from the planet Serpo, which is claimed to be the third planet orbiting the binary star system of Zeta Reticuli. The video is said to have surfaced on the internet in 2011 and has been a topic of debate among UFO enthusiasts and skeptics. Authenticity of the video. Oh wow. The authenticity of Skinny Bob video it is
Bro, good
welcome.
people. Gustav, can you not cut it off? Can you not cut it off? Thank you very much.
Has many people believing it to be real, while others consider it to not be real. Some experts have weighed in on the video, stating that it would take an incredible amount of expertise or a significant amount of money to be able to fake it. The Reddit reward. There's a Reddit reward offered for anyone who can debunk the Skinny Bob video. The reward was $30,000, and no one claimed it, or the reward had never been paid out. There were several attempts have been made to debunk the video, with some people pointing out uh, some areas of the footage. However, this could not be proven. Others have noted that there was film grain is inexact in all the videos. There were counter arguments. Despite the debunking attempts, some people still believe that the Skinny Bob video is real. They argue that the video's authenticity cannot be proven or disproven with certainty, and that the footage is real. And then, so do I know this to be real 100%? This video is I'm gonna say what I think that these aliens look like, but I can show you other videos of what a UFO on the ground looks like. That is from the KGB that I'll show you, which I can say even more so. I have more um, credibility to that. So with that being said, here's Skinny Bob, and this is what an alien looks like. Um, yeah. So just one moment. This is like seeing like it would be like we went to the zoo, and I showed you like a new kind of animal. Okay, here we go. Here's Skinny Bob.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yo.
There's more.
Bob, get out of my room!
There's more than that though. Oh yeah, here. Apologies. It was shown. They just review it with. Okay, you'll see. It goes up and down a few times. This the normal video that you see does not do this 4 different times or whatever. They just want you to get a good view at it. But you'll see it moving, and
Wait, so that's Skinny Bob? Wow.
Yes, that is Skinny Bob.
So we've started. Do you have any questions for Rabbi right here?
So here you can see it moving.
No question.
And
hold your tongue.
You can see it walking.
Just got back, Rabbi. I went to go get something. I'm playing around with Hey, oi, stay quiet, boy.
Hey, don't tell him what to do.
What video is that?
Okay, so.
Don't be saying that, man.
So that's essentially what an alien looks like. If you want to see what a UFO, a crashed UFO looks like, just a moment and I'll get you that information.
This is really cool.
Thank you. Top secret KGB UFO files. Alright, so.
Yo, Bogusar, you got any questions? Let me see. Ooh. You're gonna have to get back to me on that.
Alright, so, if you just bear with me a moment, I'll show you. Top secret KGB UFO files. This is a very famous documentary that came out at the end of the 90s. And here we go. So this is a UFO crash.
You're up to something. Dude, you gotta be careful, otherwise the government might try to wipe you out.
Already.
Might send somebody to silence you.
Already happened a bunch of times. No big deal. Okay, so here's the video. So it's there in the background. You'll see it up close, like where these guys are touching it.
How dare you meet me? Afternoon, guys. How are you today?
Well, how are you?
I'm very good. We're looking at aliens right now. I am very good. I just want to talk about Asian Texas and Asian Mesopotamia. So, how was your day today, Mr. Rabbi?
Amazing. We're watching some information on UFOs.
Proving that aliens are real.
So there's a crash disc.
I did watch this back in food class with Miss Evans. Oh, and too much. lesbian. What? So aliens are real this whole time.
Absolutely. 100%.
That is sweet news.
So you're going to see it from a different angle. So there are two different cameras that they're using, which gives it more credibility.
Rabbi, can you please turn this off because it's making me anxious. I got anxiety.
Dog, if it makes you anxious, that's on you. And you can mute me.
Niggers.
Okay, Dave Blunts, you're done.
Grape soda. Stop, please, Dave. Niggers. Grape soda. Dave, get out. Niggers. Dave, get out. Dave, get out.
That's a man of color.
What is that? That is not actually acceptable. That is really racist, and it can get Rabbi stream banned, right, Rabbi? Right?
Color myself.
That person is just not allowed here.
Probably how they got themselves kicked.
That's exactly. Or banned.
So this is what I mean.
Okay, so see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I want to have normal conversations, but I can't talk over everyone. And
Yeah.
so, in the
In the
meantime, and Lo, I want you to know you've done a wonderful job. You've been very respectful here. And Lamine, I expect you to do the same. Essentially, we have the ability to communicate with aliens. We have reverse engineered.
I've been disrespectful.
I didn't say that.
You saying that Dave was, because Dave was being a racist, and we don't like racism, and we have peace.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So here's the thing, guys. I have lots of really good information that I can teach you, and we can review. But I need you to be respectful. And so in the meantime, we're gonna watch some Joe Rogan, and when everybody is cool and wants to chill and be normal, then we can do that. Here we go.
Because everything's getting too political.
So there's an intermission, and I'm not needed on stage for like 40 minutes after the intermission. So I go across the street to the Mountain Oil Tavern to drink a beer and watch the football game, dressed as a Viking, which I recommend, by the way. When you walk in a bar with the horns and the spear, the bartender knew it. Everybody laughed, and I sat down. The game wasn't on. The bartender was watching a fat guy in a shiny suit selling pots and pans, and it was the early days of the QVC cable shopping channel. I'm like, Rick, why are we watching this? And he says, because I'm auditioning for that guy's job tomorrow morning. QVC was doing a national talent search. Anyway, we had a conversation about the end of Western civilization and what it meant for polite society to have a 24-hour infomercial that just never went away, and whether or not there was any honor at all in auditioning for such a thing. And at that point, I thought it'd be great to have some money. I hadn't had any before, and I'm sitting there drinking this beer dressed as a Viking, thinking I could probably do that job if I had to. So I went with him the next day and auditioned and got hired.
Wow. Was he mad?
The bartender?
Yeah. Did you have a gig?
I didn't even know about it. Well, it's a good question. I don't know what became of him. We had a friendly.
We got a fucking voodoo doll, Mike Rowe, with a bunch of pins in it.
We had a wager. I said, look, I don't know if I'll get the job, but I bet I'll get a call back. Because I think I can get a call back for this thing. We were just actors at the time. We were like people pretending to be actors, trying to play later. He was nice enough. He sang in the opera with me too. Actually, he also attended bar. He just wasn't in that one. But yeah, it was a very strange thing, man. That was my first job in TV. Like I've done some minor local commercial stuff, but I talked about a pencil for 8 minutes. That was the audition. It was so strange in those days. They didn't have there's no playbook to see who can sell stuff on TV.
Do you have a script, or you kind of like give the facts about the pencil?
No,
Nothing.
Here's what happens. it again, it's probably changed today. I think QVC did $8 billion last year. Back in 1989, 1990, nothing like that. And if they hired a salesman, that didn't mean you had anybody who understood really how to behave on TV. If you hired a TV person, that didn't really mean you. Oh Jesus, that's the cat sack right there, dude. That's a sack for your cat.
No, you hear this? Back for your cat. What the fuck? So the cats play with it?
Yeah, they crawl inside it.
And they just go nutty because it makes a lot of noise?
That's $25.
That's $25. So this is like sort of just personality, fucking around, having fun with the toy and selling it.
Well, that's what I did. I look. Remember,
that's what you was that novel that you were doing it that way?
Yeah. In relative terms, like that was actually one of the true great life lessons. You know, you don't have to be um, outrageous to stand out. You just have to be relatively outrageous. So QVC was a steady diet of men and women doing the same exact thing all the time.
Right.
And then at midnight or 3 a.m., I showed up and put a cat bag over my head or busted open a lava lamp.
So you were like a morning DJ.
Kind of, except
right, because they're kind of fun, and that was different than the regular radio guy.
You know, I mean, for me, I thought of it more um, like my favorite comedians. And by the way, I saw one last night. Thank you. Ron White was over at the Mothership.
He's there tonight too.
I stopped by last night.
Are you around tonight?
No, I got to get back tonight. Something about Thanksgiving. But I watched his set last night.
He's awesome.
He was great. And the thing
he's never been fired. He's in top form right now.
And he's gone. He's gone full Messiah, dude. I mean, I didn't recognize him.
Oh, the look. Yeah.
He said hello, and I'm like, hey, how are you? You're back. Jesus, good to see you. He was great, and as I watched him do his thing, um, it it reminded me like my favorite comedians. I I never get the sense that they're trying to make me laugh. I get the sense that they're trying to amuse themselves.
Right.
And that's what makes it comfortable for me to be in the audience, to see somebody who, you know, hey, if I laugh, that's just a happy symptom of whatever it is you're going to do in the day. It makes me comfortable, and that's why he's fun to watch. You know, that's why this podcast is fun to listen to. Same reason. I I couldn't have articulated that 35 years ago, sitting there selling a cat sack.
Well, you intuitively knew something.
I knew in the middle of like everything that I that it turned out that I needed to know about this crazy business, I learned in the middle of the night on the QVC cable shopping channel over
You're good, baby.
period. Trying
Hey,
to make sense. So 3 hours
Caspian, I'm gonna ban that guy.
Over the course of 24 hours. So
you would be on 3 hours at a time?
Yeah.
Would you come back again, or would you only do 3 hours?
I do 3 hours, and I go home. And
was that human being?
Have you done overnights before?
No.
Yeah,
So,
very disrespectful.
I guarantee you there are a lot of people listening who have worked an overnight shift in their trade, in their vocation.
Mm-hmm.
It changes you just as surely as Doris the cat lady's brain was scrambled by the Gandhi eye and the toxo. It does something.
Your circadian rhythm. Yeah.
It's not just that. It is that, but it's something primal, even more primal than that. It just messes with you, and it forces you. For me, it like changed colors. It changed tastes. It changed. Yeah, because I'd never. I mean, I was upside down. After I talked about a pencil for 8 minutes, I was on the air 48 hours later at 3 in the morning, trying to make sense of the health clean infrared and the Amcor negative ion generator. Like, what the hell? Like, and
did they give you a rundown of what these products were at all?
It was up to you. If you came in a couple hours early and you took the time to look through, like there was a table like this with all of the stuff on it that you were going to be selling, and you could take the time to prepare.
But there was no Google Doc. just watch a YouTube video that would explain what this thing did.
No, what you got was a blue card, usually from the manufacturer.
If you have any questions for me, just there's a spot above. Ask Rabbi anything. Put your question in there. When I have time, I'll review it and I will answer it. It's as simple as that. Nobody else is going to give you that kind of service on the internet.
All the stuff, right? But it was just a blue card, and then you would kind of go off and think about how you would make sense out of this skull and where it came from and why it's interesting and its feature benefit selling. And if you understand that, you can talk about anything for as long as you need to. You never talk about a feature without talking about its benefit. And so that's kind of how that world worked. So you don't say it's a pencil for 99 cents. You say it's a yellow number 2 pencil with an eraser that is of the exact proportion necessary to last for the life of the pencil. So when this thing is down to a nub, you'll still have enough eraser left. It's really a monument to efficiency and ingenuity. And it's not just yellow. It's yellow because you're a busy professional. When you need a pencil, Joe, and you open up your drawer, you don't have time to root around for some vaguely beige-colored writing implement. You want that canary yellow to pop and you can pick it up, right? And it's a number 2 pencil. It's not 3, that thin, twisty line that you can't read, or that big, disappointing skid mark of a number 1, right? So you just like train yourself to fill dead air with nonsense.
While you're fucking up your circadian rhythm.
Yeah. While you're wondering, like, when your next meal is and who you're going to have it with. And you wind up making friends and essentially hanging with other people who live in that same weird, like, shadowland.
Yeah, shadowland. That's a good way to put it. I have kind of an experience with overnight, but it's not the same. I deliver newspapers. And so at least one day a week on Sunday, I would basically show up Saturday night at 3 in the morning.
Right.
Because I would deliver Sunday papers. And the Sunday papers was a huge 150 copy.
Oh, I forgot to take it.
Copy. Paper button day, day. And so I was all fucked up with that. I would get up every day at 5 o'clock in the morning, normally to deliver papers because that a large route.
Yeah.
It was my way to make money without having to do a job where I had to listen to anybody.
It's also a perfect example of a kind of job where you always know how you're doing while you're doing it. Like lots and lots of little visual, undeniable cues, right? You got your bags or your baskets full of paper or your car or whatever you're doing. Tossing them out one at a time. You're making progress. You know the progress you're making as you make it.
Right.
It's...
You only have 120 houses to go.
That's right. And then it's 110. And then it's like...
People always go to Dunkin' Donuts, get yourself a nice donut and a coffee, reward yourself, the day's over. Yeah. My day would be done work-wise by, 8 a.m., 9 a.m. on a Sunday. 9 was rough.
Yeah.
Occasionally, they would make enormous Sunday papers, and that would be a real problem because you have to make multiple trips. And I bought a van, so I had a big cargo van, and I drove that around delivering newspapers for a while. That made it a lot easier because I could stack 350 Sunday papers in the back of that van.
But see, you remember and you knew. 350, that's an interesting number.
Yeah. I had bigger routes, but 350 was manageable.
How old were you?
I started when I was just driving, so I was in high school still, so I think I started delivering papers when I was 17 or 18, whatever legal age they allowed you to do it.
Yeah.
So it was probably 17 or 18. I started driving, and I drove till I was 22. I just started doing stand-up comedy. I drove all throughout my competitive martial arts career. I drove in the morning. It was good because it gave me discipline. Because I had to do it 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You did not take any days off. It didn't matter if it snowed or rained or fucking frozen grain on the streets, black ice. It didn't matter. You had to deliver newspapers. And if they did delay it, it would delay your delivery of the paper. So you'd have to call the depot, hey, are we delivering yet? Because they didn't want to be responsible if there's a blizzard for people dying, get lawsuits. So they didn't make you deliver papers. It was unbelievable
So you had a sense of consequence too.
Yes.
Like you know.
Discipline, consequence. You didn't deliver the papers, you didn't get paid. Very simple. It's a very simple job. You would show. I don't even remember how they trained us. I think maybe they trained us for like one day. They taught how to fold the paper. One, two, stuff it in the bag. You have plastic bags, you're great because you chuck them out the window and they never damage the paper. Rubber bands are a real pain in the ass because you could hit a corner on the concrete, it would rip the corner of the paper, and then the customer would complain because they're trying to read about what's going on in Syria, and then there's this broken piece of paper. I delivered the New York Times only because it was cool. Like I delivered the Boston Globe because that was the biggest distribution, like I did the biggest route, and then the Boston Herald because I wanted more papers delivered, so I would do two papers, and then the New York Times. The New York Times is a pain in the ass because it would be like one every 10 blocks. You'd have an enormous route. If you had 150 New York Times, that's an all-day excursion.
Did you start to equate the type of home you were delivering, the type of paper
Oh
too?
yes.
Your shit
New York
hasn't
Times
worked
people took themselves
until like
very
all fucking
seriously.
day.
They were
Good
very
job getting your
serious
shit
people.
together.
They would ask me what I'm doing with my life. I remember this lady. I was taking courses at Boston University just so people wouldn't think I was a loser. It was literally the only reason why I was going to college. And she's asking me, like, what are you planning on doing with your career? I'm like, I have no idea. And she didn't like it. She didn't like that I had no idea.
Yeah, it makes people
She
uncomfortable.
liked me, but she didn't like that I had no idea. She was like very motherly to me, I guess.
It's funny. We had the Baltimore Sun, which was the paper of record, and then we had the News American, which was sort of like the upstart. And I never thought too much about the difference between the two until summertime and crabs. Like Maryland blue crabs are a big thing. A big thing in my family, big thing where I grew up. And everybody who eats crabs in the summer eats them outside on a picnic table.
And you lay the newspaper out.
But which one? Which one?
Matters.
I don't know why it does.
So, is it disrespectful to use the paper of note?
No.
No, it's better.
No, it's. I think it's a mark of respect. It's like, oh, we're having crabs. Get the News American.
Oh, that's so silly.
Get the News American. Because, it's all spread out in front of you. I mean, you got the crab guts of the Old Bay and the JO number 2 and the National Bohemian Beer, and maybe you can glance down and get informed.
Isn't it interesting that there are newspapers like that, right? Like there's the New York Post. You want a fun headline.
Right.
You want all the crazy shit like what happened, who got pregnant,
right?
What's going on with this, what's going on with that, and then you have the New York Times where it's important to put tampons and abortion. like what is happening?
Have you ever walked through the offices of the Post?
No.
By any chance?
No.
Dude, it's amazing. It's amazing. I had a girlfriend whose sister worked there. Worked for Page Six.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's the fun one.
Yeah. So much fun.
So that's like all the gossip and the craziness and this person's getting arrested.
Right.
Drunk driving and hookers.
They have a hallway. It's like this place in the sense that there's so much on the walls, but it's all front pages, and it's the best headlines.
So it's the best ones they've ever come up with?
The best ones ever. Starting with the classic, headless body found in topless bar, which is still tough to beat.
That's great.
But so many of them.
I love the Post.
Yeah.
I've always loved the Post. I love the just the fun nature of the news. That was like the working person's newspaper.
This is the point I was trying to make about the comedian who entertains himself first and the schmuck on QVC who tries to keep himself awake before he sells the thing. That's how I felt reading the Post. It was like these guys, somehow, I'm imagining a meeting. They're laughing, they're cigars, and they're all in on the joke.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we're going to report the news, but, it's a lot of sharp elbows out there. It's a very competitive world, so what can we do to maybe get the stick a little, out of our ass? Just a little bit. How can we be different? That's what fascinates me.
Yeah.
Whether you're publishing a paper or eating a blue crab, or writing a book or a song, how can you in relative terms distinguish yourself not from these other worlds and other categories, but from your friends? That's the trick.
Yeah, that is the trick. And then there's people that want
Yo,
to
Doug,
be
I've got
that
my
person.
volume down.
Yeah,
I'm working on something,
like
so
reading the New York Times.
feel free to watch Joe Rogan and Joe.
Reading the New York Times. Very serious. Very serious people.
Joe,
Very smart people.
Dirty Jobs guy.
Yeah. I said to Ashton, a very excellent driver who brought me here, uh, I said, it's been fun um, watching Joe do this thing over the last 5 or 6 years. And then I kind of stopped myself in the middle and I said, actually, I take it back. What's been fun is uh, watching the world catch up to it. Like watching the headlines catch up to you or whoever. You really haven't changed. And man, it's so interesting to watch people realize, oh, we're going to do it this way now. We're going to do it this way now, and that's good. Whether it's comedy or whether it's music, it's when culture changes, it feels like there's some instigator, some jagged little pill who's pushing it forward. And I guess maybe that's true, but I also think there's this larger hive mentality in the audience, and they start to realize, oh, there's another way to deliver a paper. There's another way to do a thing, and it feels new. It's probably what you've been doing for the last 12 years.
Yeah, it's definitely the same way I've always done it. It's just having conversations with people. I like talking to people. It's fun.
Yeah, but
I enjoy it.
Good.
I'm a curious person, and I like talking to people. But it's real simple.
Yeah, but it's just because it's simple, right? You make it sound like a parenthetical. Oh, it's just a conversation.
Yeah.
That's only just the hardest thing there is to do.
Because it's not really. It's not.
Then why don't more people do it?
Because they don't enjoy it. They don't enjoy it like I enjoy it. Like some people genuinely don't like talking to people. You know why? Because they're interested in themselves. You have to be interested in other people. I think we're all connected. I really firmly believe this in a non-hippie way. I think it's like a scientific reality. I mean, I think if we could figure out a way to study it, we would recognize that we're psychically all connected in some strange way. And I am curious as to how someone from with a different biology, different life experiences, different geographic location in which they were raised, like how are they navigating the world and why are they interested in opera? Like why? What is it? Why? What got you to be a beekeeper? Why are you so fascinated with painting? What made you start writing music? Like I'm interested.
Yeah.
I like talking to people. So for me, it is easy. It really is. It's just talking to people like I would talk to people. Like you and I could have the same exact conversation if we were having dinner somewhere.
For sure.
Same conversation. Yeah.
But again, it makes perfect sense, and it's not that it's difficult. It's just that very few people do it. And if your explanation is because very few people genuinely enjoy it, I can't disprove it. You're probably right.
I think that's what it is.
You're probably
I
right.
just got lucky. I think I just got lucky and I found a job that I would be doing anyway.
Well, here's what I don't understand. And maybe this is not even relevant, but we did 350 dirty jobs. Probably 60 some in this thing called Somebody's Gotta Do It. I don't even know. Returning the Favor. I think we did 100 episodes of that. I couldn't tell you how many things I've narrated. Hundreds. There's a wildebeest trying to get across the vast reaches of the barren Serengeti, right?
Right.
Like, if I could remember every episode of How the Universe Works, 10 years of this stuff, but if I could remember half of what I narrated, um, that would be something. I can remember a chunk, but my sense is that like I can't even remember the last 20 guests I had on my podcast. And the reason isn't because I'm not curious. And it's not because because I lack the requisite
Michael, how
intelligence
the
to
fuck did I think
remember.
this motherfucker's
For
name
me,
was Joe?
it's so much. There's been no time to think about what I'm going to do next, and even less time to think about what I just did.
Right.
So you just talked to Josh Brolin, and then you talked to the musician guy, Stort?
Yep.
Yeah, right?
Scott.
Yeah, Scott.
Stort.
And then before that, our friend Evan was in, right? So, like, I have a better. It's easier for me to remember what you've done in the last 2 months than it is for me, and that freaks me out, and I wonder if sometimes you get over your skis to the point where you've started to forget what you've done yourself.
Oh yeah, there's no way to keep it all. I have a bucket that's overflowing with information. It's overflowing. My hard drive is not capable of retaining all of it. It's not possible. I retain a lot of it.
Yeah.
A lot more than I ever would know. I got an unexpected education doing this show for sure. Like I never anticipated it.
Is it conscious? Like, can you choose to be interested in a thing enough to know that you're not going to forget it? Or does the interest just kind of bubble up and certain things stick to you?
The interest bubbles up and they stick. Yeah, totally. Yeah, like my daughter asked me a question the other day. I don't even remember what the question was on, but it's a very technical thing. And I said, no, that's not exactly it. It seems like that, but this is the reason why. And they figured this out because of this, and I started rattling off. And she's like, how the fuck do you know this? She was laughing. And I was like, I don't know everything. I forget things. I forget my own birthday. But I do remember things that are fascinating. I remember most things that are fascinating to me. I have an unusual recall, but I've always had an unusual recall. It's like I think it's a genetic thing.
Yeah.
I think it let me get really good at things too, because I can remember like technical. Like it was really good for martial arts because I can remember technical details. Like I don't forget things.
See, you to me are the deeper end of the pool. I'm more the shallow end. Not I don't mean that to sound comparative so much, but like with martial arts, I'm interested in martial arts. I'm interested in Ultimate Fighting. I narrated the Ultimate Fighting.
Right.
I did,
yeah,
10 seasons of it. But like that's sort of the extent. Like I don't go very deep. I've seen a couple, but it's like,
well, this is the big giant difference between being a former competitor and also like dedicated decades of my life to martial arts. It's not as simple as like I go and I do commentary. Like I started doing martial arts when I was 15 and it changed my life. It gave me discipline and a will to overcome discomfort, and to push myself and to overcome fears and to do something that's very scary and to compete. And that was like it formulated me as a teenager. So I started competing competitively, like serious shit, when I was like 15 years old. And so we were traveling all over the country. And so my social life from like 15 to 21 was completely retarded. It was like retarded as in slowed down, like the real term. And it was mostly just training and competing. That's all I did. And when the downtime, I was tired, so I would just sleep a lot. I was like eating, sleeping, working, and competing. And then I started teaching. So then that I was making my living off of teaching, but not enough money, so I was still delivering newspapers. I delivered newspapers in the morning.
Captain, see if you can hear me, just know I'm here.
Boston University. I was teaching. I had my own school.
We get a, you know, I mean, I don't want to have to come in and ban every single person who comes in, but so I let them play around a little bit. But that eventually, if they're just being annoying, that's what happens. And exactly, you know better than anybody. All right, I just didn't want you to think I was mad at you. I know you didn't, but that's just how I am.
one day.
Yeah.
So this is my point. You take a deep dive when you get interested in a thing.
Yeah.
You go into the thing. Comedy wasn't a hobby. It became, I think, as important.
It becomes everything.
It becomes everything. Almost nothing I do becomes everything.
Nothing?
Almost nothing.
But what are the things? What becomes everything?
I'm not sure yet. Let me think about it.
Is there one thing that if you have like free time, you super look forward to doing? Like, do you have a hobby? Do you play golf?
No.
Nothing?
I don't have hobbies and I don't
No
collect
hobbies?
things. No hobbies.
Nothing?
I don't collect things.
Wow.
I own very little. I never have.
I wish I had 100 lives to live simultaneously. I would do 100 different things.
This is the difference. You're insatiable in that way. You get a thing and you're gonna nail it to the wall.
My late great friend Anthony Bourdain, his headline, his bio on Twitter, it said enthusiast. And I really wish that I'd come up with that, because that's what I am. I'm an enthusiast. I wouldn't say it now because I would rip him off. And also now my bio says Dragon Believer.
Yeah, congratulations on that.
Thank you
Ladies,
very
if
much.
you.
They didn't believe in dragons. You should triple check.
This is
You
great.
should triple check, Mike.
Got to be true.
But I'm an enthusiast. That's what I am. I am a person who is very fortunate in that I have a love of a lot of things.
Well, you and Tony were similar, obviously, in that way. Um, he took big bites. He took big swings.
Well, we became good friends when we really got into jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Because I kind of got him into it, and then his wife really got him into it. But he started going to the UFC. His wife was training in jiu-jitsu, and she got really into it. She was really loving it, and then she was like, "Let's go to the UFC." I was like, "This is fucking great!" And then he came to one of my comedy shows. We became friends. Started going to dinner. By the way, with Anthony Bourdain is the coolest fucking thing in the world.
It's got to be.
Because you go to dinner with him, and all the chefs freak out,
Yeah.
and so they just want to feed you.
Yeah.
They just want to like, don't touch the menu. We got you. And they come over like,
I wrote a eulogy for him that crashed my website.
oh wow.
It's really funny. I met him twice, and each time it was fairly brief. But there was a time when he was doing No Reservations. Dirty Jobs was early on. I bet you Fear Factor was still in production then too.
Yeah, Fear Factor was maybe was probably Fear Factor stopped in 2007, and No Reservations I think was around that time.
Yeah, he was on in 6 for sure. Dirty Jobs went on in '03.
Yeah, and then the CNN show, which was I think like CNN's highlight of their time, and I think he really changed that network because all of a sudden that network was this fucking cool show where this guy had this brilliant narration and he had this wanderlust, but also with this like real fascination with people and cultures, and just really loved it. He just loved going to Vietnam. He loved going wherever he could go. He loved to eat their street food. He loved to talk to them. He really wanted to know what these people were all about.
I've never, with the pot and whistle sound vainglorious, and I don't mean it to, but with the possible exception of me on Discovery in 2010, narrating half their shows and hosting Dirty Jobs, which was a thing, you know, I felt really triangulated then. But then when I met Tony, and I had a show on CNN at the same time. Actually, it was a companion show.
What was your show?
It was called Somebody's Got to Do It.
Oh, that's right.
It,
That's right.
it followed Dirty Jobs,
Yeah.
and Jeff Zucker wanted something with
Yes,
Tony.
Yo. If you don't want to get banned,
Yeah,
you'll
okay.
be respectful. We're
But
watching a show.
all
Okay,
the
then you're gonna
trouble
get
in the
banned.
world,
It's as simple as
man.
that.
Every crisis,
What did I do?
whether it's
You're super loud. We're watching a show.
the show got preempted
Sorry,
constantly. It didn't preempt Tony, but it preempted me a lot. And I was commiserating with Tony about this once, and that's when we had the conversation where I said, "Look, I just got to tell you, man, I've never in my life seen anybody doing the right show for them at the right time on the right network for them.
Yeah.
I've never seen that like that before. I
Yeah.
mean, and then never mind the award. Yeah, Peabody. It was the Peabodys that got me. Actually, I mean, who cares about the Emmys? They're easy, but Jesus, it was just one Peabody Award after the next.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a huge. The audience wasn't as big as people think, but they were engaged.
Well, that's what's important. I mean,
Please
the
be
audience
respectful. We're
is
watching a
really there
show.
for you rather than if they're just flipping.
Be respectful.
What are you doing right now?
I know you are. We're watching a show. It's obvious.
Sure.
But we used to, when I was on news radio, everybody wanted the shot, the spot.
Yo, Bo
after
Goofstar, I just wanted to say how sorry I am for everything I said in the
Seinfeld and
past.
Friends were on the same night, and it was just this murderous
Thank
Thursday
you.
night lineup. It was an unbelievable lineup. And if you got lucky, you were Sex in the City
Casting,
listening
can you hear me?
and what Paul
He's
Sims,
busy right
producer
now.
of news radio, would call a shit sandwich.
Are you
Because
his
you had your
boss?
brilliant show.
I'm
and
his
then
friend,
your
and I'm
terrible
telling you,
show,
he's
and then
busy
your
right now.
brilliant show, and then your
Dude,
terrible
oh my
show.
gosh.
But if you kind
Are
of
you
use
his
time
boss?
stars,
Is he your slave?
Actually, I
Doug,
don't even know.
dude,
people
Doug,
are gonna just keep tuning in. They didn't tune
you
in.
need to be
News radio.
respectful.
News
Okay,
radio
we're
was
watching this, so
I
that means,
am, but you're not being respectful.
Doug. Hey, you know what?
Yeah, you really were.
This
Well,
isn't
we weren't owned
your
by
show.
NBC,
It's my show.
so
I'm giving you one more warning, okay? If you
So
would like to
we
watch
didn't have a
this
vested
interview,
interest
you
in
can.
us being
If you
successful.
want to have a
So
conversation, go do it somewhere else.
the writers would show up. My friend Lou would
What's the
wear a
point of this?
T-shirt and he would write the number that we were when we do the table
Conversate with
reads.
each other?
And one day it was 88.
There are a bunch of other VCs you can go in, but as of right now, my friend.
Literally every year except the year we got canceled.
Okay, well, if you're cool like I am, you can get other people in it as well.
The year after Phil died, and then John Lovitz took his place for a season.
Okay, you're bad.
And like the perfect thing for our show, we never even hit 100 episodes of syndication. They had to sell it at like 98 episodes. That was like our show. Like we were always like barely hanging on. You know, it was just it was a funny show. It was a really good show with talented people.
I love that show.
The people I was super lucky to work on it, and it ruined me because I could never work on another show after that.
What did you? What was the big lesson from news radio, if there was one for you?
Well, it was just fortune. The lesson is that you can just be fortunate. You know, because I was not a trained actor at all. I did a set on MTV, half-hour comedy hour. They had this comedy show. I did a set, and then MTV offered me a development deal, and then my manager said, "This is terrible money. They're going to lock you up for like 3 years, like $500." It was crazy. It was ridiculous bad money.
Wait, Casper, you know
said, "I'm going to take your tape and tell all these other production companies."
He's a good friend of mine.
I know who he wants to sign a deal with you, and it'll start paying more. And he was brilliant, and he did it, and that's exactly what happened. And the next thing you know, I couldn't answer my phone because my phone was just calling. With agents, people would just call me. Like some guy called me from Universal. I was like, "What? Fucking called me this shitty apartment on my way out the door to play pool." And this guy is telling me he wants me to get on a flight that night. We have a flight at 10 p.m. leaving out of LaGuardia. I was like, "What are you talking about?" And so then I call my manager. And this guy just fucking called me from me. He goes, "Hey, don't answer your phone. He's like, go play pool. Get out of here. I'll take care of it." Next thing you know, I was in Hollywood. It was like that quick. And I was on a show called Hardball. It went 6 episodes. And the only reason why I stayed in California, I wanted to go back to New York. I hated it. I hated actors. I just couldn't deal with being around these weirdos. They were these weird, phony people. They would say, "Good to see you," because they couldn't remember if they met you. So instead of saying, "Nice to meet you," and fucking up, and go, "I'm sorry I met you. I'm sorry I fucked up." They didn't want to be real. So everyone said, "Good to see you." Everyone was good, and it was super unsincere. I was like, "This is so weird."
Yeah.
It was a super uncomfortable experience, and it was the worst experience on a show because the people that ran the show, Jeff Martin and Kevin Curran, super funny, talented guys who'd worked on Married with Children and The Simpsons. Brilliant. But the studio didn't think that they were good enough to run a show, so they brought in this hack. And this guy comes in and just butchers all the scripts. It was horrible. So that gets canceled. The only reason why I stayed is because I had a lease. So I got a nice apartment. I'm like, the first apartment I ever had. I was like, I thought I was going to be on TV forever. Like, this is going to be easy. And now, fuck, I got to get out of here. I was like, wanted to go back to New York. I thought about breaking my lease. But then NBC contacted me, and they said, we have a show. It's called News Radio, and we're recasting one of the roles. Do you want to come in? So I came in and auditioned for it, and next thing you know, I'm working with Phil Hartman. It was bizarre.
Yeah.
No aspirations whatsoever to be an actor. Never wanted to be on TV. And then I'm working with Andy Dick and Phil Hartman and Maura Tierney and Candy Alexander and Vicki Lewis and Dave Foley. I'm like, this is crazy.
Picking up from Second City.
Yeah, he was brilliant. Dave Foley, by the way, was the secret producer of News Radio because they would give him full autonomy. So he would completely rewrite scenes, like on the spot, come up with punchlines for everybody. We all did that for everybody. Like we would all come up with, maybe we should say this, maybe we should say that. It was like super collaborative. So just fortune, complete, utter good fortune. Because I had friends that were on terrible sitcoms. They were living in hell. Yeah. And we'd hang out at the Comedy Store. And, you know, they were living in hell. And I was like, look, I'm on a show that nobody watches, but it's fun as shit. And I can't believe I'm on TV. This is nuts.
Yeah, you're in on the joke.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun, but it was just fortunate. I could have easily never done any of those things. Easily.
I thought for years that really a sitcom had to be the best gig in the world to have to do basically to do a play every week.
If it's a good sitcom.
If it's a good sitcom.
But if it's a bad sitcom, it's hell.
Sure.
Those guys who do a lot of coke and buy nice cars, those are all they're all bad shows. They just want to give themselves something to reward themselves. This is sure fucking slavery. Not I wouldn't say slavery. I should say like you're a slave to money. It's not you're compromising who you are for money. You don't really want to do that show, but you're on it and it sucks, and you have to repeat these terrible lines.
That's what I'm getting at. See, it's the for me, it came down to that. I finally got a chance to do one. I played Tim Allen's youngest brother on Last Man Standing for a turn.
I never saw that show. That was a weird one, right? Because they got mad at him because he was right
Yeah,
wing.
yeah.
That's so crazy. Did they cancel it?
It was the number one show they canceled, and Fox picked it up.
That's so nuts. They canceled it because they didn't like his politics.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, I mean, that basically happened to Dirty Jobs too.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's mind-boggling. But the point was, I finally got a chance to.
I don't want to gloss over that. I want to come back to that.
Okay.
I hear that.
All right. Yeah. No, that's a great one. You'll love this. But Tim is great, by the way. We became friends and chemistry on camera. Everybody loved it. And when it was over, I was like, well, do an honest inventory now. Like, what did you love? What didn't you love? And really, the only thing I loved was seeing people who loved each other and being welcomed into their little world.
The clan.
That's it.
Yeah.
Everything, like the idea that somebody else is writing lines for me. I know that sounds impossibly arrogant, but I was so used to nobody writes for me. Dirty Jobs was truly unscripted. Everything I ever did, there were never any lines.
And also, that's an alien experience for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've done plenty of plays as a kid and stuff, but that's different. That's different. Once you're in Hollywood and once you're sort of in the machine, it still lingers. I mean, it's the whole reason I crashed the audition for the opera. I was just trying to find a sitcom at some point somewhere. And then when I finally got it, I realized just how lucky I had been prior to that, and how how crap, man. A thing can live in your mind so much bigger than it is in reality. And so while I loved doing it for that week, I said to my business partner over that this thing that I used to think of as the single most efficient way to make a living was so wildly inefficient. It takes 4 days to rehearse for a half-hour bit. You got to be kidding me. I could do 5 one-hour shows in the same period of time.
Yeah. Completely different experience in that way. It's a collaborative, fun time, and you do become like a little bit of a strange family. We all hung out together, fun together.
And that's important.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It is important. It was like it was a lot of fun, man. And meeting people like Stephen Root, who went on to do a million different things. Brilliant guy. You get to see people that are like really good at. Like he was a character. He was the only one of us that wasn't really himself. Like he was this one guy. He was like a super sweet guy with me in real life, and then he was Jimmy James. Yeah, he becomes. Did you see what was that one Coen Brothers had some Netflix thing, a Wild West Netflix thing? He played on that. He was fucking genius.
Wasn't he in Oh Brother?
Yeah, he's in. I think he's in Oh Brother. He's been in everything. He's in a million different things. But just being with these people that like I said, I had no aspirations to act. I just want. I was just a comic. I just wanted to make a living doing comedy, and then somebody offered me more money than I made in a year for a week, and I was like, this is crazy. And then all of a sudden, I'm on a show. It's like just fortunate. Yeah. I auditioned for 2 shows ever, and I got both of them. Those are the only 2 shows I ever auditioned for.
What was the other one?
Hardball, the first one that I went with. It was terrible.
Yeah.
That was the baseball show. That got canceled, and then I auditioned for these radio. So it was nuts. It was just. I was just stepping in shit every step of the way.
That's
hysterical. Didn't make any sense.
So I never had an agent except for a very brief period when I did, and it was Sean Perry over at Endeavor. You guys ever cross paths?
No.
His former assistant turned out to be his wife later.
How's that like?
Nicole Taylor. They're living great. They live up in the hills somewhere.
How's it work with your former assistant? How's it work?
That's none of my business.
That's a dangerous undertaking.
She called me one day, and I was in my full-on freelance world. I hadn't had a job since QVC, since like 1999. She says, I just want to send you out for something because I know you're going to book it. And I said, well, actually, yeah, I could use a gig. So she sends me out. In the same week, she says, you should read for Craig Belligi over at Billboard Films. He's doing something called Worst Case Scenario. He's looking for a host. And so I auditioned for that. And then later that week, she says, this guy from Nashville, Michael Orkin was his name, who I'd worked with years earlier, not Nashville, Memphis. he was hosting the EP on that evening magazine thing that I mentioned, and he's ready to hire you based off your blooper tape. I never had a tape either. My whole audition reel in those days was a compilation of every moment that went off the rails at QVC. All the things that led to my eventual firings, as well as the cat sack and all the other crap. I dare you to hire me. I got hired for both jobs that week. Both jobs. And so suddenly I'm working for TBS hosting Worst Case Scenario, which lived up to its name. And then I'm up in San Francisco hosting Evening Magazine.
And there was no conflict of interest?
Oh, no.
Like you totally negotiated both of them at the same time?
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. And then Nicole switched agencies, and I never really had an agent, prior to that.
That's fortunate.
Or since. Super fortunate.
Financially, it's great.
It's fortunate, man. Remember, okay, so my mother calls me on an evening magazine sitting in my cubicle. My granddad's 90 years old. Remember this? I didn't close the loop on this. But that's, to answer your first question, what happened was my mom called me and said, your grandfather was going to be 90 tomorrow. And before he dies, wouldn't it be great if he could turn on the TV and see you doing something that looked like work?
Whoa.
Yeah. My mother's a savage. She just finished her 4th book, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, she's written 3 bestsellers after 80.
That's incredible.
She's out of control.
That's incredible. So she was like, she wanted you to do something impressive.
My mother wrote every day for 60 years.
Wow.
No agent, no. Got published in like the News American and the Baltimore Sun, local stuff, some horse magazines. We were horse people kind of growing up. And her dream was to write. She finally got a book deal when she was 80. Went to a number 4 bestseller. And everything she's written so far. So that's recently. Back in whatever it was, 2001, she was just a pain in my ass. And she called me and said, wouldn't it be great if your granddad, this guy whose shadow I grew up in, could see you doing something? Because like my pop, he'd seen the opera, he'd seen QVC, he'd seen every godforsaken infomercial, he'd seen, I've done a lot of things, probably 200 jobs in the whole freelance world. And so I was 42 when I took my cameraman from Evening Magazine into the sewer of San Francisco the next day to host the show from a sewer. And what happened in the sewer, Jeff, it changed. I wrote a book about it. It changed my whole life. The roaches are the size of your thumbs. There are millions of them, and they crawl all over you. The shit comes at you in a chocolate tide of unending disappointment. And it's filled not just with all the stuff that comes out of your body, it's filled with stuff that comes out of your medicine cabinet, and plastic products, and rubber private condoms stuck to your rubber suit. It's unspeakably vile. You can barely breathe. And what happened to me down there is I completely failed to host the show. All the stand-ups went wrong. Laterals exploded. It was like we were all getting hit in the head. It's like a shooting gallery. There was a rat the size of a loaf of bread that crawled up I lost my footing, fell into. I was baptized. I was baptized in a river of crap. And at the end, my cameraman threw up at one point. An enormous puke. And I'm squatting in the film, looking at the camera, trying to open the show. And when you see your cameraman's vomit float past you, as you're trying to articulate a thought.
My God.
And meanwhile, the guy who was like my minder was an actual sewer inspector. And he's in the background trying to do his job, which is to hammer out the old bricks that are rotting and replace them with new ones. Now, it's 105 degrees. It's the 7th level of hell. It's clear I can't do my job. So I go over to this guy. His name is Gene Cruz, and I say, hey, what are you doing? He's like, bricks in. I said, need a hand. So I start mixing the mortar, and we start talking. just like people, not like a hosting thing, but
Right.
like what you were saying, just what would happen if you had an honest conversation, totally unscripted, with a guy you didn't really know he was going to be on camera, but what if you film it and put it on TV anyway? What would happen? What would happen a week later when this thing finally aired was I was fired. It's because people sitting down to hear their heart-tugging story of a three-legged dog up in Marin overcoming canine kidney failure. It's me, a smart-ass 42-year-old falling into a river of crap. I mean, they're trying to eat their meatloaf. It was the wrong segment for that show. But talk about fortunate. The mail that came in as a result. Some people said it was funny and they liked it, and some people were repulsed. But the letters that changed my life were the ones that said, "You think that was their ease? Wait till you see what my brother does. Wait till you see what my cousin does. My mom, my sister, my uncle, right?" I'm like, oh my God. If the Bay Area is any kind of a microcosm for the country, and I'm not saying it is, but from a TV standpoint, I was like, this is new. No, I've never seen feedback like this. I've never seen curiosity among the viewership like this. And so that's where the idea came from. It's like, what if the viewer programs the show? A. And what if B, the host of the show, is the person that I meet who welcomes me into their shithole or wherever they work? And what if I'm not a host after all? After 20 years of impersonating a host, what if I'm a guest or an apprentice or an avatar or a cipher, right? Like what if I just think of myself differently than this guy who hits the mark and looks at the camera and tells you the cat sack is 29. I mean, right. What if you just let all that go? And I don't know that I would have thought of it like that at 20, at 22. Certainly not even at 32. But at 42, I was entering a more introspective kind of phase. And so I was really just curious to see what would happen if I thought of myself as something different.
Well, if we think about the history of just media, it's very recent, right? You have radio, which is like when did people start listening to radio? Was it the 1800s? Okay, and then you have television, which kicks on in the 50s, and everyone's a presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles, right? Everyone's Ed Sullivan, everyone's Jack Parr. Like there's these type of people that do this job. It's like you ever do a morning radio show?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you have. Yeah. Morning DJ boys. Hey, 5 o'clock on the hour. Let's go with Bon Jovi. There's a voice that they have. Strip club DJ similar. There's a voice.
Anchorman.
But
now,
yes,
the news.
Especially local news. They have a very specific thing that they're doing.
Fake.
Yeah, well, it's fake. It's not a person. No people act like that. If you had a guy like that over your house for dinner, you'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with Bob? Bob's a psycho. The guy's got people buried in his fucking basement. Who talks like that, right? And so I think the internet opened up a lot of room for unprofessional people to thrive. That's me. So like I can't do
no.
but that's what it is.
You're not unprofessional.
But it's like, I mean, in that regard, like I'm not. So I wasn't trying to do something that had already existed. I was just doing like a guest on Opie and Anthony show. That's what it was like. Like when you're a guest on Opie and Anthony, that's how you talk. Everybody would just hang out and talk.
That's a fun show, was it anyway?
That opened my eyes up to podcasting. And then Anthony Cumia had his own show that he did in his basement, live at the compound, where he would sing karaoke holding a machine gun, that fucking maniac. And then the other big one was doing a Tom Green show, because Tom Green had his own sort of internet talk show he did out of his house.
Sure. I remember that.
Yeah.
That was huge.
So that also helped too. And I actually was in negotiation with the people that were doing his show, and I was thinking about doing something like that, but then I was like, I can't wait for everybody. I got to do this now.
Quick sidebar. I don't know if this is supposed to ask me to do things, but I sold the first karaoke machine
Ever?
in this country.
On GBC?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see that.
It's out there. It's out. I'm not proud of it.
You should be proud of that.
But
That's a statistic.
It was like 12:15 in the morning, and they sent me one of these things to my apartment. Is this even fun? Like, look, they're everywhere now. Obviously, we've gone through
the whole period.
Crazy
though that you're like the godfather of karaoke.
Well, I'm among them.
So what year is this? Look at you.
91.
Wow. 99, 95.
99, 95.
Yeah. It's hard to see. It's so blurry. Isn't it interesting, like how bad television looked back then in comparison to now? Like just the resolution.
Yeah, but you know what? There's something more trustworthy about rudimentary production value.
Right. You can't
I was talking to your guy Bruce about this earlier. He was saying how much he loves like that antique roadshow and This Old House. And I said,
I used to love This Old House.
I was on This Old House.
Were you?
Yeah, man. They invited me on. They wanted to raise money to reinvigorate the trades. They had a very similar cause as I do today, and they got all these advertisers lined up, and then the guy in charge said, "Well, Mike's doing the same basic thing. Let's call him, and maybe we should just give him the money and let his foundation give it away. It'll be simpler than starting a new thing." And they called, and I said, "Yeah, I'll do that, sure, but I'd like to be on your show." And they went, "That'd be great." So they invited me on, and it was awesome. But my point is, part of the charm of those shows is the almost remedial simplicity of the production. It's old. It's like there's an entrance,
right?
There's an exit,
right?
When's the last time you saw it dissolve?
Right.
Right? Like all that stuff, and I used to make fun of it. I used to make fun of QVC. I still do, but in reality, man, that there was something strangely comforting about that kind of production value, and everything I learned that turned out to be useful. I learned in the middle of the night.
There's a thing about something that's overproduced that kind of dissolves some of its authenticity because there's too much thought put into each and every shot, everything about. There's too much coordination. It's almost like you lose a I might be entertained by it. It might be fascinating. Like keeping up with the Kardashians. You ever notice they change scenes every 5 seconds? It's like keep you tuned in. There's something smart about that because it does keep you engaged, but it doesn't feel as authentic as if it was just like one person following them around in real time with no edits at all, just one camera on them.
Here's a thesis. At least in the world of nonfiction, this doesn't apply to scripted, but production is by definition the enemy of authenticity, right? It's the enemy of it. You need it in order to have a finished product, but when you get in your own way, then you get in the viewer's way.
Right.
And one of the things that kept Dirty Jobs on the air for 20 years, early on, I kind of realized that, and I wasn't sure what to do about it, but I thought maybe we need to think of the show like a documentary. So we got a behind the scenes camera that never stopped rolling. And so if my mic pack went out, or if a plane flew over, or if somebody screwed something up, or if we had to stop for whatever reason, I always knew there was a truth camera. That's what I called it. And I could always look to it, and I could say, all right, what happened here? Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And so it was those moments where I think the viewer realized, oh, he's not trying to sell me anything, at least not here. He's letting us see the sausage.
Yeah.
And that was new in nonfiction. That was a whole new way to think about authenticity. But Ramaswamy was the only candidate I invited onto my podcast because I read somewhere that he said if he was nominated, he vowed to never use a teleprompter to deliver a speech.
Where do you go wrong?
Whether you can pull it off or not. I just thought that was so interesting, and I wanted to talk to you about that specifically. And then it's funny, a year later, I think I think the teleprompter is probably the best example of one forced error after the next. Like when you think about the anchor, he just wants to be believed. The spokesman just wants to be seen as credible. The politician just wants to be just wants it just so. It's like they want to be authentic, and yet they do the single most inauthentic thing you can possibly do, which is pretend to not read a thing that everyone can see you're reading. And so, like, the cognitive dissonance is rich, you know? And I just think we've entered into this world where, like, the least persuasive thing you can do is say, trust me, or take it from me. You know, people have just been burned so much that they're going to need, we need a truth cam. We need it in a newsroom, not just in a sewer. I mean, it worked there, but we need it everywhere.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Bill O'Reilly, all people. Live!
That's the real Bill.
Yeah, that's the real Bill. That's it.
Yeah, that's what's interesting about social media and social media. Like, there's this giant resistance right now to the idea that X is the news source of the world.
They're the mainstream.
It is.
They're the mainstream.
It's the news source of the world. You and these people that want to claim to authority and say, no, you're not. You're, God damn it, you're not you're not a journalist, you're not this. You guys fucked us too many times.
Yeah.
And we don't believe you anymore. And so the only way for us to find out what's real and what's not real is someone posts it online, and then everybody looks at it, and then you get the community notes. And that's way better than the New York Times telling me that the Fruit Loops in Canada are exactly the same as the Fruit Loops in America, except for a bunch of shit that's banned. And that's the whole point of the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, they're fact-checking RFK Jr., so now I don't trust you anymore either.
You can't.
So it's like, that's what's going on.
You can't gloss over the community notes.
You can't.
That's it.
It's it.
That's the truth cam.
That's the solution.
On Twitter.
It's the solution to this thing that we're trying to figure out. How do we know what's true and what's not true? You get a consensus. There's enough people that actually can read scientific papers. There's enough people that know the field that's being discussed. Or you're going to get, out of the hundreds of millions of people on X, you're going to get an expert who's going to say, this is why, this is incorrect, and this is how you're supposed to read it. And then everybody goes, oh, okay, this is wrong. And now you know. And if you can just do a little research and go through that paper or go through that thread, your own objective version, you'll probably get a good sense of who's right and who's wrong.
It's a weird dichotomy, though, right? Like, skepticism. Like, we have to be skeptical.
Yes.
But part of the reason we have to be as skeptical as we are is because so much of the media has abdicated on skepticism. And they've become something else, something else. And so, you can't really blame people for, considering what we used to dismiss as a conspiracy theory when the theories start to get borne out and when there's such a level of eroded trust in one's credible institutions. Like,
well, that's also the whole reason for the disdain for conspiracy theorists in the first place, is that, no, you're not an expert. I'm the expert, and you're wrong. But then when they're wrong, there's no repercussions. They never want to say, we were wrong about all this.
Yeah.
We're sorry. We were wrong about masking. We were wrong about social distancing. We were wrong about all of it. It's all bullshit.
Where's the humility?
Yeah, no humility. Because they're not humans. And that's why you don't believe them, because you know they're just people reading off bullshit off the teleprompter. That's it. That's all it is. And nobody wants that anymore. You don't have to have that anymore. And that's why X has emerged and Substack and all these different things. It's like the place where people go to get actual information. And that's why they like podcasts, because it's just the three of us in this room. That's it. The numbers of people, and Carl's on hold now. But the numbers of people that are listening is like, it's just this crazy number that are all just listening to three people. So there's no producer, there's no, all that shit that gets in the way of things has been removed.
It's actually for people when you think about it that way. Like, if the audience becomes its own amalgam I think of it like that. I think the audience gets short shrifted a lot. I thought of it last night in your club. It's like the audience is. I mean, without the audience, what are you doing? Just building.
Certainly the club. Yeah, the club. It's everything.
It's everything, but why is it different?
Well, because you can't think about it that way. Because the best way to do it, in my opinion, for me, the best way I've found to do it is to never think about the audience. All I'm interested in, I think about it in terms of like, if I have to work, they must be bored. Like, let me pick this up a little bit. Let me move this around a little bit. Let me figure out a way to. You got to move a conversation. So sometimes I've talked to like very old scholars, like very old, and it's like sometimes like, okay, right, I'm gonna get you on this. Like with Trump a little bit in the beginning when he was telling the story, Lincoln's bedroom. I was in the bed was he was a long man. He was a tall, very tall, very tall. So I was like, okay, we gotta figure out a way to. What's it like to be the fucking president? What does that feel? I'm like, how crazy is it on the first day? That's what I really wanted to know. So it's like you gotta kind of move people around. But that is for me, like as an audience member. I'm not thinking about the audience because I feel like the best way to do it is for me to actually 100% be engaged and interested in what this person's talking about.
But don't you think that that's you are the proxy for the audience when you're at your best?
Yeah, for sure.
In my view,
yes.
When I'm listening to you, when I like high five you virtually, it's when you ask the question I was thinking. And I really tried to do that in the sewer. I really tried to do that on Dirty Jobs. I really tried.
I think you did. I think that's why it resonated so much with people.
Well, I hope so.
But for sure, because you didn't ever seem like a fake guy doing a thing. You seemed like a fun guy, like a regular guy who's doing this thing where you're interacting with you. Like, what? How do you do this? Like, what is this?
So yes, thanks. But then all of a sudden, I look up and Donald Trump's in the sewer with me. Oh shit! And there's an election in a week. Oh, the stakes around me, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden have changed. So it's so interesting that he was sitting right where I'm sitting, and you feel the need to kind of put some sides on this thing because you understand first and foremost that as an audience member, right? As somebody who's just listening to this as a fly on the wall, I'm getting a little lost.
Yeah, I'm a little bored. Let's move it along.
Right, right. So, I mean, you can say that, hey, that's Joe being a good host, or that's Joe being super honest in a conversation where he's starting to drift a little bit.
I'm most certainly aware that people are going to listen to it, don't get me wrong. But I don't think, like, the questions, like, maybe the audience would want to know this. I do this one thing, even if I know that I know how this thing works. I will ask a person how a thing works, so that the audience can hear it from them rather than from me. I don't want to be Mr. Smarty Pants, so I don't have to be. But that's one thing that I do where I'm aware that people probably don't know what we're talking about. So could you explain where this came from or why this? Because sometimes people, especially if they have an area of expertise, they just assume that people know what they're talking about when they're talking about specific techniques or ways they do things. So that in that way, I do think about the audience. But most of the time, that's just like I'm just doing my job. But mostly, all I'm trying to do is be 100% locked in.
Yeah.
Just locked. And I feel like if I'm locked in and I'm just real honest and just try to like be really curious and really just try to get the most out of this person, that's going to be good for the audience.
What was more consequential? Him coming on or her not coming on?
Him coming on.
Why do you say?
Well, because realistically, like, okay, my thought about her coming on was I was going to be very nice. I wanted to have fun with her. I wanted to just be able to talk to her and ask her questions. I want to get a sense of her as a human being. And if it's policy talk that bothered them, like there was a few things they didn't want to talk about, marijuana legalization. They initially didn't want to talk about internet censorship, but then they changed their tune and they wanted to talk about internet censorship. Great, internet censorship is important. Let's talk about it. But whatever, she wanted to talk about fucking riding bikes. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck what you want to talk about. You want to talk about cooking, rock climbing. I just want to just get a sense of her as a human being, just as a human being. What is it like? Like, does it freak you out when you get mad at you? Does it freak you out when you fuck up a sentence and you ramble and you go, I know what it's like. You know, when you don't, you know that people are listening and you're like, I gotta fucking bring this home and I don't know how to. And just sort of repeat these key lines, or maybe there's some new word you become enamored with.
When
you
you
want to say it
realize
over and over again.
when you realize you're in the middle of a sentence with no obvious ending,
Yes.
that's QVC in a nutshell.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what it is,
yes.
right? And when the teleprompter breaks, that's when you get to know the person,
right?
And so that's why I'm asking. I don't. I wonder. I mean, I listen to the interview and 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 I ask myself, well, is anybody going to vote differently as a result? I don't think so. Are some people going to vote who otherwise might not have voted? Maybe. But for me, when you started to talk very casually about the fact that the her campaign had stipulations, they had demands.
I think there was a lot of people that were. She had made a bunch of blunders, and there was a lot of concern that she was going to make blunders here. This is what I was going to get to. She might have. It might have been a mess.
Yeah.
I might have asked her about immigration. We might have had a conversation about what is the goal? Why hasn't this been? This doesn't. If we can, launch rockets and land them at the same time as we can't control a border, that seems not real. That doesn't seem real. One seems way harder, and if that's happening, he's fucking catching rockets with robot arms.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's happening, how come this can't be fixed? Because this didn't used to be like this. So why is it like this now? Why does the Red Cross have these stations set up where they're giving people maps and instructions? Why does China have these places in Mexico where they only have Chinese menus, Chinese writing, Chinese everything, and these people are coming from China specifically to the spot and then making it across the country? What's the purpose of this? Has anybody ever examined what these people are up to, why they're doing this, how is it so organized? What is that about? Maybe that would have been a disaster. Because that's something that I felt like if she didn't want to talk about marijuana and didn't want to talk about internet censorship, immigration's an interesting one, right?
Yeah.
It's very interesting because, first of all, I am pro-immigration. I am the grandson of immigrants. My grandparents came over here during the Depression. If they didn't do it, I wouldn't be here. The entire country, other than the Native Americans, are immigrants. That's all of us. We are a country of immigrants. So we should have some stipulations, though, about who gets in and how you get in and where you're coming from and what is your past like. Are you a murderer? Are you a gangbanger? Have you been selling fentanyl for the last 20 years? What are you doing with your life, Bob?
Inquiring minds want to know.
We want to know. I think that's reasonable.
Do you see a difference between an immigrant and a settler?
Well, it all's the timeline, right?
Yeah.
It's the timeline thing.
Yeah.
Not only that, you're an invader. If you're one of those people that comes over in 1820 and you're making your way across the plains and you encounter the Comanche, you're the piece of shit. You're not supposed to be there. That's where they live. You're in their yard. You're some fucking weird, scruffy American looking for gold.
Right.
What are you doing here, bro? You're the problem. And now all of a sudden, that's Texas. Right? That's where we are. We live here now. This is my land.
Right.
This is where I live. Shut the fuck
Right.
up. I got this now.
Well, look, I mean,
we're all invaders. At one point in time, every human being that's a nomadic person that's made their way across the country probably entered a place where people were before.
Every freedom fighter is a terrorist.
Yes, right. Depends on who wins.
History gets to decide all that.
Sure. If we didn't actually, the founding fathers didn't pull it off, we would be these wild renegade English people that decided to come over here and create havoc.
So, yeah, man, there are a lot of ways to go with all this, but I'll just come back to the teleprompter and say, if that's an essential part of how you communicate, and if that's if that's part of your image,
right.
then you can't be on this show.
Right.
You can't. You can't join me in the sewer.
Right.
There's no room for the contrivance. There's just no room. There's just no time.
I just wonder if that's what they make them do. If you make me do that, I'll suck too. I can't read off a teleprompter.
Yeah,
I'm not interested in doing that. It's not my thing. But if you make a person do that, if you're going to be a politician, right? Okay, and you were a senator, which is, you don't get that kind of exposure that you get if you're a vice president or you're running for president initially, right? That's a totally different scene. And there's probably a bunch of people that coach you how to do it right, and you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And if you're not a powerful person, like a big personality like Donald Trump, who could just do it, but also coming from a world of entertainment for most of his life he's been in the public eye and hosting The Apprentice for 14 years. He's used to being in front of the camera. It's a normal experience for him. He has a massive advantage.
That's what I meant by production becomes the enemy of authenticity.
Yes.
When you rely upon it to the point where you can't function in the midst or in the wake of a glitch, well, in a world of glitches, you're in trouble.
Right.
You know, and I think the audience, not just yours, but the country, I just think they're just exhausted by people who have been managed and focus grouped and weighed and measured and tested and then put out there.
I think it's also the evolution of culture in general, because if you just go back to, we were talking about media, go back and watch a film from 1950 versus a film from 2024, the way people communicate now is much more realistic. There was a way of talking, like, Hannah, what did you do?
Right.
You know, there was a weird performative aspect to it because they didn't know how to do it right.
In sitcoms too.
In
right?
everything.
Father Knows Best.
Yes,
All that stuff.
all that stuff. And then as time moved on, it changed. Like All in the Family was all of a sudden this realistic portrayal
Yes.
of a family where you got a racist dad and the son is the meathead, the son-in-law, and the daughter's a hippie, and the mom just can't. So what are you doing? What are you doing? It was a fucking amazing show. Olachi. It was an amazing show. You had Sanford and Son. Sanford and Son was another one. You know, it was a comedy, but people talked like people would talk in real life. And then as culture moves on, songs change, books change, everything sort of like moves into the. There's a much greater understanding. If you had a show and you try to do a Father Knows Best today, it would almost be like you were putting on like a parody. Like it would be weird. You would be like a weird Tim and Eric type thing. Like you're doing something weird on purpose, right? And that's not acceptable anymore. So the culture's moved on.
So for sure, but it moves on in fits and starts, and it's not a line.
Right.
Right. It's
this,
right?
yeah. Just so, like the climate.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So like even the changes in podcasting, like it's happening right now, right in front of us. You can see so many different types of podcasts.
Yeah.
You can see so many different kinds of scripted dramas. I mean, oh my God.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Breaking Bad?
Right.
30 years ago?
Right.
Well, it's impossible.
Right.
A whole lot of things had to happen in front of that for that thing to.
The Sopranos had to happen.
That's right.
Yeah.
And something had to happen before that.
Yeah.
Well, in my world, and in the world you're describing, that was the age of authority. That's when Eric Sevareid could talk to you like this. That's when, like Discovery is a good example. You asked about it, and I'll tell you first of all, John Hendricks, a friend of mine who created that channel, you would love. He did this in his garage, basically. I mean, the story's incredible. How he talked Malone into getting some transponder space, or maybe his Westinghouse, and mortgaged his house to buy some documentaries from Australia and started beaming all that stuff down. I asked him years ago, I'm like, what was the guiding principle behind this business model? And of course, Discovery has since purchased Warner Brothers. They're the biggest entertainment company in the world today. And it started with John Hendricks saying one goal: to satisfy curiosity. That's it. Everything I do must line up with the traditional definition of what a discovery is. It's the satisfying of curiosity.
Yeah.
And so when I pitched Dirty Jobs, I was coming in on the heels of what you're talking about. There was still in nonfiction, it was Richard Attenborough, it was Jacques Cousteau, it was Jane Goodall, it was, the Discovery brand was very much a reflection of some of the greatest naturalists and historians and astrophysicists in the world. They deferred to experts, and then they hired guys like me to narrate shows that we could sound even more official. And so you had this dance, this production dance, where you had a credible sounding voice and an expert at the center of the thing. Dirty Jobs was not that. Dirty Jobs was, what if the expert is a septic tank technician or a welder? What if the expert is skull cleaner, or a golf ball retrievist. It's a job. Or a sheep castrator, an oral sheep castrator, which we can get into if you want. Like, what if they become your source of credible information? And what if the host somehow morphs from this authoritarian expert into a guest with a bunch of questions? So this conversation happened between me and some of the guys over there in 2003, and they bought it. They didn't buy They didn't like Dirty Jobs. They took it really to shut me up. They wanted 3 episodes and out. The deal I made with these guys was rooted in this paradigm of me saying, send me out into the world to go on adventures. And don't ask me to know more than I know, but just let me look under the rock and let's learn together. Yeah. And so they said, okay, we're going to, you'll go to the Titanic with James Cameron. We'll climb Kilimanjaro.
Oh, you went to the Titanic?
No, and I'll very nearly. It was canceled a month before because Dirty Jobs finally hit. But prior to that, I went to Egypt. I was exploring tombs with Zahi Hawass. I was at the pyramids. I was in some of the greatest, the largest undiscovered graveyard in Bawiti, the sands of the dead, where they found the mummies with the golden masks, and nobody knew who the hell they were because it wasn't attached to any dynasty. And who are all these people with golden masks on their faces? And so Discovery would send me to do these shows, and they were great. Meanwhile, this hot mess that looked like a German porno called Dirty Jobs winds up on the air, and it rates like through the roof. But the problem in 2004 was that, and this is a kind of cognitive dissonance that always is super interesting, right? When a big company or a brand or a political party, or really anybody, realizes that the thing their audience wants is not the thing they want them to want. That's amazing.
Right.
And it happens all the time. And,
sure.
And most of the time when it happens, the you just walk it behind the barn and shoot it, and you never hear about it. But Dirty Jobs actually got on the air before it was shelved for a year. And it was during that year that I went on a series of adventures for the network, doing this other
Why
thing.
was it shelved?
It was shelved because it was deemed off-brand. It was shelved because I was biting the testicles off of lambs with ranchers, and that's how they castrate their lambs. They have for hundreds of years. It was not that specific episode that got me in trouble later, but it was shelved because it was an unscripted, random romp. We never did a second page on the show. It didn't look
like everything else on the network.
It didn't look like anything else on the network. It was just a jagged little film. But they liked me, and they liked this idea of a more unscripted look at the world. And so we reached this kind of détente, and I started narrating all their tentpole shows, and then I went to Alaska to host Deadliest Catch, which is a whole other story, that crab fishing show.
Yeah. That's
21 years now, right? And up there, people died. People died, and I went to 6 funerals in 6 weeks. And when we looked at the footage of that, and somebody up the food chain eventually decided, okay, this is a world we have to get into, but Mike, you're not hosting 2 shows at the same time, so pick one. So Dirty Jobs came back, went into full production late in 2004, and Deadliest Catch went into full production about the same time that I just narrated. Moral of the story is, everything that happened after that and around that, I'm not saying because of it, but right around that same time, I think the media world, in nonfiction anyhow, began this migration from the age of authority into the age of authenticity. And ever since, nonfiction has been grappling with that just as surely as every other vertical, because people want to see something that feels like the truth, and that's a sliding scale.
Yeah, that's interesting. that is what people are gravitating towards more today, and it's that's. I mean, I think that's the whole thing we're talking about now. Like mainstream news is failing, but
You know
independent
it when
news
you
is
see it.
succeeding. Yeah,
You know it when you see it.
yeah, you can tell the difference.
Oh, poor Dan.
Yeah,
Poor Dan. Uh, I think for me, the moment that crystallizes all of this, and he and I were on parallel paths. I think he was dealing with his network, the Travel Channel at the time, the same way I was dealing with Discovery. We were constantly at each other's throats, trying to navigate this weird line of reality and authenticity. There's a scene in Parts Unknown. I think he's in might be Sardinia. He's diving.
oh
Right?
yeah, on the throne the fake octopus is in.
It's one of the single greatest moments in the history
It's
of
amazing.
nonfiction.
It shows you exactly how the sausage is being made, but it's also like now you can trust him because you know that he's kind of sabotaging the narrative that they've created for his own show for his authenticity.
I would do that for a scene, maybe even for an act, maybe even for a whole segment. Maybe if I got like a bee in my bonnet and I really just couldn't,
Right.
I got angry every now and then, and you know, but Tony, dude, he went out and got in front. I mean, front, and shot the whole show smash. And he made them cut it in, and you can see it.
Yeah.
He's so disgusted. Just so the audience understands,
Right.
they're supposed to be spearfishing for octopi, and the local handler wasn't sure that they were going to find any, so he bought some at the market, but they were frozen and dead, and so Tony's down there with his spear gun with some other diver, and these frozen squid, right, just start to come by him. And in narration, this is where he really owned it, because he owned that show. Like he could, yeah, nobody's going to tell him what to say. So his real rant happens months later in the VO booth when he's just describing the heartbreaking insincerity. Don't they know who I am?
Right.
What did they think I was going to do?
Right.
So it's like he says something like, in the face of this kind of wanton deception, a reasonable man can turn to nothing but the elixir of distilled alcohol. And he just drinks for the rest of the show. And it airs.
Yeah.
It airs on CNN.
Yeah.
And I think it won a Peabody.
Was that the CNN one, or was that No Reservations?
That was CNN.
Was it?
Yeah.
It was Parts Unknown?
Wow. Look, I'm pretty sure it was Parts Unknown. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but
I think you might be right.
yeah, and God, that's what I wrote about when he died. It was
Parts Unknown.
yeah, because I've been sitting on a Zodiac. I've done that. I've been in this world where you're nervous. You've got a lot of stuff to worry about, and then somebody just comes along and tries to produce a moment.
Yeah.
Try to produce a moment.
Well, also these guys are cutting the deck. The Italian guys, like these fucking guys aren't gonna find the octopus. We killed them all.
Probably right, but I gotta think there was somebody there in his crew, somebody over at Food 0.0, the production company.
Yeah.
Somebody must have,
Who knows?
Who knows, man?
Who knows?
But look, the fact that happened is wonderful. The fact that he was able to insist that it air, that was important.
Yeah.
That was important.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly important for how you trust him. You had to trust him. That was his whole thing. Telling him, look, this is actually me. Here we go.
Fly on the wall.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a very unique show too because it taught me that food is art. I really learned that from No Reservations, but it followed over through Parts Unknown. Food is art. I didn't think of it as art until I saw your show. Then I was like, oh, okay, that's right. Because I just thought of art as being like a thing that you can make that you look at or touch. I never thought it would be a thing you make or you hear, right? I never thought it would be a thing you make where you choose. And then I saw, I'm like, oh, these are artists. These are artists. All these people that discover these different ways to make things delicious. And
their medium's different.
Yeah, it's just different. It's a different kind. But then hanging out with them, it's like, yeah, they're all artists. They talk like artists. They're covered in tattoos. They're fucking weirdos. They like to do drugs. They're all listening to crazy music. You know.
They're also craftsmen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, to me, yeah, food is art. It sure can be, and it can also be fuel.
Yeah.
You know, it's actually both. It's kind of perfect.
Yeah, you can have both. It can be art and fuel. You just gotta pick what you eat.
Is hunting art?
Um. It's a discipline. Um. It's a primal discipline. It's a discipline that connects you to life and death in a very unique way that I don't think anything else does. Where if you do it correctly, right? I'm talking about like mountain hunting, like mountain elk hunting in particular, which is my favorite. It's very hard to do. I train for it. Like I have to get in really good shape. I practice. So I practiced so much I fucked my back up. I was getting developing like tendonitis in my lower back, and I was just ignored it.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, yeah.
We got work to do. And so it's a discipline more than it is anything. But it's like I don't know. Some people call it a sport. I find that wrong. It's not the right. It does take like physical energy. You have to be in shape to do it. You have to be in great fitness. But it's not a sport. It's a discipline. It's a discipline that's very, very, very primal. It taps into something you didn't even know was there. It's like there people who've ever gone fishing. There's a thing that happens when you catch a fish. There's an excitement that you're not prepared for. It's a weird excitement. That excitement is you're going to feed your family and stay alive. That's what that excitement is. Because that excitement's like hardwired into your human reward systems, and you don't know it's there until you go fishing. And you're like, oh, there he is! Get him in the net! Get him in the net! Oh, we got him!
Yeah.
And hunting is 9 times 100. Hunting is that. Hunting is way different because you're defying the protective senses. You have to make sure the wind is going in the right direction. You can go all the way around if it's not. You got to figure out a way to move through the trees. You got to move very slowly, only move when their head's down.
I think that's art.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's a shot is art. I'll tell you that. Archery is art. A good archery shot on an animal, I watch it like it's art because it's hard to do. It's very hard to do. When I see someone just hit a perfect 50-yard shot in the vitals and that broadhead sinks in, I know that animal's going to die very quickly. It's a quick, humane death, and that's what you practice for.
You know, Josh Smith over on Had a Knife by any chance?
Sure, very well.
He sent me a video the other day. He went on a big hunt with his
The
boy.
moose hunt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His boy got one at about at a few hundred yards.
Moose. It was fucking huge. For a first moose, that's so crazy. That kid hit the jackpot.
But the excitement on the video that he sent me. And
It's
Josh.
primal. And bow hunting is even more primal than that. Bow hunting is that times 100. So it's regular hunting is fishing times 100, and bow hunting is regular hunting times 100.
I just think, if you're whatever canvas you're in front of, whether you're painting or whether you're cooking or whether you're stalking, like you can, like the muse, does the muse come to you when you're stalking? Does it come to you? You know, I don't have an answer for it, but I know that people talk about it. Like some people say, well, you're in the zone. You know, sometimes when I write, I'm surprised. Like just the other day, I started writing something on the tarmac of SFO, and when I looked up, I was at JFK. It was like that.
Yeah, you got into it.
Yeah.
Airplanes are great for that.
They're the best.
They force you into that seat.
They're the best.
You can't get up because there's a guy next to you. Get that laptop open, and it just comes out of you.
And I like a little
couple
distraction.
Let's go.
I wrote a book on a plane.
I believe it.
I really did, and I did it mostly in moments that I don't really remember when time gets compressed. And I think that can happen when you're fabricating something, when you're hunting something, when you're painting something, maybe in the middle of a set, maybe in the middle of a fight. I talk to boxers who say that it's so odd the way things will sometimes almost feel like they're in slow motion, even though they're happening so fast.
Some fighters is art. Well, I think martial arts are art for people would understand it. If you watch it, it's beautiful. But there's some fighters that are just so artistic. You know who Emmanuel Augustus is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That guy is an artist. That guy's an artist.
What makes him an artist?
Because he's, first of all, completely unique. Okay? Doing a thing in this beautiful, deceptive way. He's dancing, but he has an understanding of distance that's fantastic. So he's really good at avoiding punches. His head movement, even with this unorthodox dancing style, is fantastic.
He's stalking.
He's doing something. Like here's Emmanuel. Like look how he moves. I mean, imagine you're fighting a guy who's moving like this. It's so crazy. He was so hard. Floyd Mayweather said he was the most. Look, he just punched him with two hands at the same time. Floyd Mayweather said he was the most skilled opponent he ever fought. Wow. And his record didn't indicate his actual physical ability. God. His abilities were incredible. But it's just like, it was such a wild style, so unusual.
It's like boxing a bobblehead.
Right. Like Prince Nassim Hamed had a kind of a similar thing going on when he was in his prime. Nassim Hamed was very, very unorthodox. See, here's fighting Floyd. He gave Floyd a hard fucking time because he's so difficult to fight. Like, look, how do you deal with that? And when you're a guy like Floyd and you're getting clowned, here he's fighting Mickey Rourke. When you're a guy like Floyd and you're, the cream of the crop, Olympian, I mean, a fucking phenomenal boxer, just a fantastic boxer, and then you're fighting this guy who's dancing in front of you, like, you, what the fuck? But also really good. It wasn't just that. Like, you rarely get a guy who's clowning like that, but also like that kind of head movement skill, phenomenal movement, but also can dance in front of you and land shit that you don't see coming because it's coming at those weird angles.
Who's his trainer?
Oh man, I don't think anybody trains you to do that.
I don't either.
No.
Do you remember, like, what does Customato say?
He would never.
Wouldn't allow it.
No, he was, but maybe if the guy started winning like that, it would change his tune.
So maybe
people change their tune when they see something extraordinary.
Oh, yeah.
They see something weird. They change their tune. They go, well, maybe. Fuck, I don't know. Because you don't know sometimes. You don't. There's guys that come along in fighting in particular that have styles that are so weird and so unique. You go, wait a minute. How come nobody else is doing it like this? Is this gonna work? Like, you know what Sean Strickland is? He was UFC middleweight champion. Stands straight up, puts his hand like one hand like this, one hand down here, and beats the fuck out of everybody. Yeah. Stands straight up. Everybody else is down. Everybody else is moving. Sean straight up, moving towards you. Phenomenal head movement. Awesome timing. And walks people down in a weird style. There's a bunch of guys that fight weird, but they're really good at it.
Well, think baseball too. I mean, it's everything. Louis Tiant. Remember the pitcher?
I don't really follow baseball.
You'll love this, Jamie.
I know almost nothing about sports. Believe it or not.
You will. One day, you're going to look at a baseball game and go, hey, you know what I need to do? I need to play professional baseball. And then 5 years later, we're going to be reading about it because you're going to go crazy with it.
I'm too old for that. But this Louis Tiant, what did he do differently?
Louis Tiant was a pitcher, and his windup was such that it looked sort of traditional, but then he turned his back to the batter without leaving the rubber, right? So this guy would spin all the way around before he threw. And he'd go further than that sometimes.
Is that really unusual?
Yeah. Yeah, it's unusual. That's unusual.
Oh, so it freaks people out a little bit?
Well, yeah. Yeah, because he breaks. He's not looking at you. Look, his back.
Look at his ankle. That's crazy.
That's exactly it. So it's like, if you're a batter, you're like, all right, there are a lot of different pitchers, and I'll get used to this, and I'll get used to that. Then this guy comes along.
That dude has flexible knees.
Flexible everything.
Because look at the angle his knee is in before he turns. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you would actually. I'm surprised you're not into baseball because
I can't.
It's
I don't have any room.
I know the bucket's overflowing.
That's it. Yeah, it 100% is. Like FC. I have to keep track of 1,000 fighters. Like literally 1,000 fighters.
Right.
Maybe casually, some of them, like some of the glory kickboxers, casually I'm watching. Badr fighting. This guy's fighting. That guy's fighting. I know who these people are. I watch them fight. I'm watching fights. Just hours and hours in a day. I might watch fights 2 hours every day.
Is it work or fun?
It's fun. Yeah, it's only fun. But I do feel obligated to pay attention. Like, there's guys that are coming up in other organizations. I see guys have like a specific skill set that you need. Like, I contacted Conor McGregor in 2013. He was fighting in Cage Warriors, and I reached out. I said, "Dude, you're fucking super talented. I hope I get to see you in the UFC someday." And there's like, kickboxers like Alex Pereira. I followed him in Glory, and then finally he comes over to the UFC, and I was like, "God, I see this guy. This guy's fucking insane." It's like you have to have some sort of an understanding of what's coming, and also you have to like kind of be tuned into the state of the art, because the state of the art is very different in 2024 than it was in '97 when I first started working for the UFC. The state of the art is elite now. You're getting these 18-year-old kids that can do everything at like a super high level, and they're like these phenomenal athletes that instead of going into baseball or instead of going into football, now they're only focused on becoming a UFC champion, and this is their goal in life. And they're 18. And you get to see them in amateur organizations. You get to see them in foreign organizations. You get to see them travel overseas, compete in Japan. So to me, it's like I don't have any room. I don't have room for baseball.
It's interesting, man. You've had a front row seat to watching that sport become as dominant as it is. At the same time, you're watching the podcast world blow up.
Well, the UFC
in a really
blew
similar
up
way.
first. See, I was a fan of the UFC in the very, very beginning, and it got me into jiu-jitsu. So just training. I was training at a bunch of different places in North Hollywood. This place called the Jet Center in Van Nuys before that went under. So I was just interested in martial arts always. And then the UFC came along, and I was super interested in it, but I didn't really have a lot of. I was on news radio at the time. It was very difficult to have the time to start training. Then '96, I started training, and so I started working for the UFC in '97, and that was when it was banned from cable. You could only get it on DirecTV, and we had to do these shows in like Dothan, Alabama, where you took a propeller plane. It was fucking hell. There was no money.
This
either.
is '97.
Mm-hmm. '97.
And is Dana?
Bare knuckle. Dana was not involved yet.
When did Dana get involved?
2001. So I'm on Fear Factor at the time, and one of the things me and my friend Eddie Bravo, who's also a big fan from back in the day, and taught me jiu-jitsu. When we were first really into it, when we would go to like Louisiana, they were the only places that sanctioned these fights. They were bare knuckle. People wore shoes. You could grab their shorts. It was like crazy rules.
Yeah.
And we said, boy, would take these billionaires who love the sport and dump a ton of money into it. That's what it would take. Like someone would have to dump a ton of money into it. And then along comes Lorenzo and Frank Fertitta in 2001, these billionaires that happen to get in love with the sport. And so they buy the UFC. And then they start putting the shows together, and then I meet Dana. And then I started asking Dana, like, have you ever heard about this guy? Did you ever see this guy fight in Japan? You ever heard of this Russian dude? And then I started asking him about fighters, and we should try to get these guys. And he's like, do you want to do commentary? And then next thing you know, I'm a commentator for the UFC.
Okay. This is just a very weird triangulating
They
thing.
didn't even have any money at the time because they were hemorrhaging money, so I did the first 13 shows for free.
And back to the art thing, you must be willing to give it away. Whatever it is you love, you must be willing to give it away for a time, at least.
Well, for me, money has always been fun coupons. So I was on Fear Factor, so I had plenty of fun coupons. So my thought was like, oh, I have money. I don't have to worry about money right now. Like, I'll just do this. Yeah, this would be fun to do.
Nevertheless, it was the same thing with Dirty Jobs. Once that thing lit up, I had to be willing to sign a contract that was probably illegal. It was such a ridiculous contract, the way they owe you. So preposterous.
Isn't it crazy?
It was like no money, but if it's a hit, if it sticks,
we have you for 10 years.
Yeah. Or you renegotiate. My ace in the hole with Dirty Jobs was technically I was the host, and I can host that show without doing the thing in the show that made people watch, which was actually do the work.
Yeah.
There's no contract that can force you to bite the balls off the sheet.
Right.
Right. You have to be willing to do that. And so I was able to fix that. But Dana, I'm trying to remember what year this would have been. When did The Ultimate Fighter?
2005.
Okay, so in 2004, Dirty Jobs was on the air. It was in that weird space where we didn't know if it was going to walked into Craig's office in Hollywood, and Dana was sitting in there. I had no idea who he was. I just walked in to say hi, and Dana kind of knew me or recognized me. And Craig said, "Hey, this guy Mike, he's narrating American Chopper, American Hot Rod. He's narrating. It just goes down the list." And Dana says, "Say something." And I and I and I said, "Previously on The Ultimate Fighter." And he said, "Fine, it'll be great." I just did seasons.
That sounds like Dana.
I said, "Say something."
Yeah, that's hilarious.
It was great. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how things happen like that. You know?
Well, you were you wouldn't be sitting here now if your lease wasn't up or whatever.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't. I would have gone back to New York.
I think the art thing, we should not be done with that yet. There's something, I'm thinking about the clips you were playing. What do they call it? Boxing? No, Sweet Science.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, like, art and science, I think anybody who's passionate about what they do can approach what they do like a scientist or like an artist, or maybe both,
I think both.
So, I've got this foundation involved out of Barry Jobs. It's called MicroWorks, and we award these scholarships to people who don't want to go to a 4-year school but who want to learn a trade. Right? We've been doing it for 16 years, and I started doing it in part for my granddad, but mostly uh, because there are 8 million jobs now that don't require a 4-year degree, and there's $1.7 trillion in student loans on the books, right? That is just bananas, and we've got these huge shortages in the skilled trades. So I spent a lot of time talking about how that happened and what might be done to fix it. But regarding art, it's like you're old enough to remember wood shop and metal shop and
Sure.
Before it was shop, it wasn't just Votech. It turned into Votech, but before it was Votech, it was the vocational arts. That's what they called it. And so we didn't just get rid of the vocational arts. We started with a language, and we took art out of it. And that's when it became Votech. And then there were a bunch of other acronyms and abbreviations and hyphenations.
Well, there's also a weird distortion in our society where we have decided that we place a higher value on someone spending an enormous amount on education for a job that doesn't pay nearly as much as the education cost, where you're burdened with debt, doing a job where you have to work your way up a corporate ladder that might be hell, over becoming a carpenter, over building a house. Everybody needs a fucking house. Over being a plumber. And if you're a guy who can figure out how to do good carpentry, if you understand how to use tools, you're taught properly, you have a good apprenticeship, you can make an incredible living. It's very satisfying. It's skilled. It's a job that is creative. It's skillful, and when you're done, you bring satisfaction to other people that live in that house. There's a great benefit to it. But our society has got this distorted view of tradesmen, and it's a really dumb thing because it fucks you up. Because if you're a kid and you go through the university system, you get a degree that's kind of useless, but then you get a job and you're making $60,000 a year, and you're like, oh my god, I have $200,000 in student loans, and I'm doing a job that's not very satisfying, and I'm kind of stuck. I'm working my way up, but it's going to take a long time before I make enough money where I'm not burdened by this.
Yeah.
Or you could have a successful construction company by then. I mean, you could get a small business loan, and you could start like hiring other people. You could have trucks with your name on it. Like, I know people who've done that. They live very well, and it doesn't mean you're dumb. Like, a lot of these people that live very well are very self-educated. They read books. They watch documentaries. They're interesting people.
And they're entrepreneurs.
But we've got this bizarre thing in our head that if you didn't go to a school and get a degree, you must be a dumb person. It's weird, and it's not smart. It's not good for anybody to think that way.
Well, I've very rarely fair, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, we needed more doctors, we needed more engineers, we needed more people matriculating through, 4-year schools. But what happens with PR, at least from what I've seen, is that it always goes too far. And it wasn't enough just to make a persuasive case for that path. We had to do it at the expense of the jobs you're talking about. So if you don't go this way, you're going to wind up turning a wrench with a giant plumber's butt crack and some other ridiculous trope. So it's a lot of stereotypes and stigmas and myths and misperceptions that started to swirl around the trades. And that, I don't know when it happened, but
especially where you grow up, like, if you grow up in a place that's highly educated, like Massachusetts, where I was, Boston, very, very educated place.
Yeah.
So if you were a person that pursued the trades, you were probably a failure. So this is like all you could do is you couldn't make it to school.
And yet, you love this whole house.
Yeah.
Which is a love letter to the trades.
It really is.
Every single one.
I love watching people make things.
Yeah.
Even dumb things. Like there was a guy, I think it was a PBS show, where he would make tools and like do like stuff the way people did like way back in the day. Like he'd make his own planer and all,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And make furniture and shit.
Yeah.
I didn't have any desire to make furniture, but I loved watching this guy because he was really into making furniture. It was his art.
He was
an artist. Yeah, and he was authentic. You actually loved it. You could tell. It wasn't like this is like his scam. Like I don't know. Take ancient tools and figure out. No, this guy really was into it.
Well, what's happened there for me anyway is that after 16 years in it, I can tell a pretty good story anecdotally, but now I'm able to go back and talk to people who we helped 5, 6 years ago with maybe a welding certification, and it's amazing when you say, "Hey, how's it going?" and they say, "How's it going?" I'll tell you how it's going. 210 grand a year. I bought a van. I hired my buddy who's a welder. Then I hired a plumber, and I got 2 HVAC guys and an electrician. We're doing 3.5 million a year. Got no debt, and so like my job is to talk to that guy, and I do that a lot on my podcast. It's just like I just want to hear I want to hear stories of people who prospered as a result of mastering a skill that's in demand,
right?
And then maybe applied some level of either artistry or entrepreneurship or the willingness to move. That's a big one too. Where you go where the work is, or and so it's really become. It's why Bobby Kennedy called me back in February. He was like, "Hey man, this MicroWorks thing, you want to make it MacroWorks?" And I said, "Yeah, sure. What do you have in mind?" And I don't know if you knew this, but we had this whole conversation about like running together.
Really?
Oh yeah. He asked if I wanted to be vice president.
Oh, jeez Louise, what'd you say?
Dude, I was in Munich. in January, and he called me earlier just to talk really generally uh, about the middle class. He's like, "Look, what you've done with the foundation is my campaign is a lot about that, and I'd love to talk to you more about it." So I kind of put him in the category of elected officials, politicians who might be useful. I'm not that guy. But I said, "Yeah, look, man, I'd be happy to chat." Well, he called back, and Gavin, the doctor, right? Yeah. So they did a dive. This was very strange for me. They did a deep dive, and when I got back to the Bay Area, um, he invited me down to his home to meet, the cats. They were all there, and we talked for like 3 hours. And I'm looking over my shoulder, honestly, like I'm being punked. Like, which one of my crazy friends put you up to this? But he was serious, and I was weirdly flattered, maybe. Like I knew I couldn't say yes, but I was so interested in what his thinking was.
Right.
And we spoke for a few hours, and then we stayed in touch for like the better part of the next month. And I actually really, for the first time ever, just tried to try it on, and it didn't
vice president. I was terrified he was going to ask me.
Oh, yeah.
I was terrified. I was like, please don't ask that.
Because
I know he asked. He asked Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. I literally heard the sound of my sphincter slamming shut. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I just tensed up and I was like,
Who
whoa.
wants that job?
Like,
Who
whoa.
wants that fucking job? That job's insanity.
But man, I'll tell you, man, it was a really, he was very gracious and very direct. And I tried to be too. And I told him, I'm like, look, the infectious disease thing, I get that. The middle class thing, I totally get that. The forever wars, I get all that. And then he's like, Mike, do you understand 77% of the youth today wouldn't qualify to get into the armed forces? Do you understand what the crisis is we face right now? Never mind health. Health is its own thing, and I've got lots of things to say about it. But fitness, just basic fitness, His uncle was starring in commercials 45 years ago that were literally, we call it fat shaming today, challenging. I just talked to him the day before yesterday, and he said, Google any photo of Yankee Stadium sold out from the 60s or even the 70s, and try and find the fat people. They're not there. And if they are, they're hard to find. Do it today, they're impossible to miss. Something colossally horrible has happened. Anyway, he was very passionate about all that.
Yeah.
And I said, but
it's an important message.
It is an important message.
And it gets lost in this idea of being a compassionate person that allows people to just be their authentic self. And there's nothing wrong with being fat. There's nothing wrong with being big. You're being lied to. Okay? You're robbing your life of vitality. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry if you're already there, but it doesn't help anybody to pretend that you're not there. And the only way we get out of this is we try to figure out what happened between 1960 and 2024. What happened? Well, we can figure it out. It's not Columbo. This is like the evidence is all there. We know what the ingredients are that are bad for you. We know what we've done to the food supply. We know what we've done. It's readily available. It's what you eat.
When you say we, though, I mean
human beings collectively, collective intelligence.
What percentage of this country do you think
what percentage
understands?
Is informed? This is part of the problem, and this is why it benefits to have someone like that in office. Most people aren't aware of it. I've had a lot of conversations with people who have this really distorted idea of nutrition, what's important, what you need, and what's good to thrive, what's optimum versus what is just going to keep you alive. Because people think, oh, you just need a balanced diet. No, you need to take vitamins. If you do not take vitamins, you will not have full optimization of your body.
What do I want to take with D, by the way? Is it magnesium?
You want to take magnesium and you want to take K2. You want to take vitamin K, magnesium, and there's some arguments, some other stuff too that would also enhance it. But you definitely need vitamin D. Almost everybody does. And if you live in a cold climate in the wintertime, a buddy of mine did his residency in I think it was Boston. And he was saying people would come in and they'd have undetectable levels of vitamin D because they were just never in the sun and they didn't supplement at all. And there's some vitamin D in milk when they enrich it with vitamin D. But the reality is you need vitamin D. You need quite a bit of it. And if you want an optimal immune system that's really healthy, it's imperative. It's really important. And there's a lot of other things that are really important. Vitamin C is really important. Vitamin B is very important. A bunch of different Bs. You need essential fatty acids that are very important. You need all these things. If you don't have these things, your body won't function right.
Do you think that the basic fear and conversation around skin cancer and the lotions and the coverings and the sunscreens to what extent do you think people are not getting vitamin D because they've been scared out of the sun?
There's a lot of that for sure. The best way to get vitamin D, most certainly, is from the sun. That's the way your body's naturally designed to get vitamin D. You're supposed to be outside all the time, and it'll make you healthier. Physically, it's good for you. It's actually a hormone that your body produces when it's needed. Vitamin D is a hormone. It's or a precursor to a hormone, I guess, it's a little early. But what it's doing to your body, like George St. Pierre when he was fighting, he would tan specifically not to look good because it's actually better for your health and fitness. You get more vitamin D that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a reality to that. That's why people are really fucking depressed when they live in the Pacific Northwest because it's raining all the time. You're not getting enough vitamin D. It's actually bad for your psyche. It's bad for your mind. It's bad for your health. For again, overall vitality. If you want to have strong vitality, you need to eat nutritious food and take vitamins. And you need to exercise. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You need those three things. 100%.
No shortcuts.
No shortcuts.
I don't know that probably not many silver linings to the lockdown, but I did. I started walking. I've always been active, but I kind of backed off of the gym as I got older and started walking every morning for 8 miles. And then, Mike Easter, he became a friend, comfort crisis, and I started rucking.
Yeah.
And so,
that's great.
Yeah,
Mike's a big proponent of that.
big time.
Yeah.
In fact, when Bobby called, it was fun. He's hard to understand sometimes. I was impossible to understand because I was gasping for breath. I got 65 pounds on my back, walking 8 miles every morning. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm rucking." But yeah, I think there's really something important in that book that Easter wrote, and I think it's not the specifics of what we can do. This idea of what do the Japanese call it, a misogi, a quest or a challenge of sorts that you should challenge yourself to do every so often.
Yeah.
And one of the criterion is you should have a 50% chance of failure. Right? So it's a real push into uncertainty and discomfort. And that's why I run. It's it's uncomfortable. Yes.
Yeah. I think that is an exercise for that part of your mind the same way cardiovascular exercise works for your cardiovascular system. I think the discomfort exercise is a real thing. Andrew Huberman has talked about this. There's actually a specific area of the brain when you enact voluntary discomfort, you do things you don't want to do all the time. It actually grows. Remember what that is? Remember what we call that part of the brain? But he speaks about it, of course. He's a neuroscientist. He's much more eloquent. But I think that's real, and I think it also makes regular life a lot easier. That was one of my favorite things in jiu-jitsu when I found out. It makes regular life easy because regular life is not anterior mid-cingulate cortex. That's what it is. Engaging in challenging activities can stimulate and grow this region, which is crucial for learning, leaning into and overcoming difficulties. Yeah. If your life is super easy and anything that comes up is a nightmare, it's probably because you lack enough voluntary adversity to overcome uncomfortable moments. So uncomfortable moments are rare, and when you encounter rare things, generally people kind of have anxious moments encountering rare things.
Yeah, well, anxiety is a form of discomfort.
Yes.
And it's not just pain. It's not, I think most people equate discomfort or uncomfortableness with like physical pain, but the way Easter talks about it, it's also boredom. It's like being bored makes people super uncomfortable because we're so not used to, especially today,
yeah,
this damn thing up and instant access to 99%.
But you're robbing yourself of a lot of possible ideas.
Sure. Yeah, because the best ideas come
when you're bored. I used to have some of my best ideas when I had no radio in my car because I would just be driving and my best ideas would come while I was driving. So instead of being entertained, I would just sort of be thinking. Like you're constantly thinking.
Yeah.
And when you're involved in, an ordinary activity like driving where you're just sort of like plugged in, like hit your blinkers, change lanes, you're so plugged in. So you're in this weird mindset. And then if there's nothing entertaining you, your mind just starts thinking about things.
Right, because
sometimes you come up with great ideas.
Your mind, your brain will find whatever you send it out to look for.
Yeah.
It'll just search and search until it finds it. And if you don't give it anything, then it'll look inward.
Right.
It'll find something. Cold plunges, not comfortable.
Yeah.
But, if you can find a way to like it.
I don't like it. I do it every 25 and I'm climbing this 30, 40-degree water. But 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 because I do it, I know that I've already done something way more difficult than most of my day.
I think there's a difference in knowing what the benefits are of a cold plunge, which would require you to do some research and do some reading and do some thinking and so forth, versus just saying, okay, I know there's some benefit. I don't actually need to know specifically what it is. I just need to know that there's an overarching benefit in embracing the sun.
Yeah.
I need, and if I do that a couple of times a day, I think I'm going to be better for it. And that's useful. That's been useful to me.
That's useful, but it also is beneficial physically. So it's both things. And I think that's the case with exercise too. It's also the case with sauna. Difficult things that are also very beneficial physically. They seem to go hand in hand because it's the hormetic effect. Your body's freaking out because of the cold, and that's why it produces all these cold shock proteins, and that's why it produces all these anti-inflammatories. So that your body just feels better when you get out. The endorphin rush you get, the norepinephrine, this flood of these chemicals that last for hours. Ramps up your dopamine by like 200%, and it lasts for hours. Like you genuinely feel better. So there's all that. It's also good for recovery and muscle soreness and just general inflammation. There's a lot of like benefits. But that's the same with exercise, right? It's difficult to do. It's hard to do. But if you can do it, man, you'll be stronger, healthier, you feel better. It's like you've got to go through that suck to get those benefits. And people don't like that. And so they come up with a bunch of reasons why you don't need that. That's just a fad. That's just this. They all look like shit. Everybody says that. They all look like shit. They all talk like pussies. They're cowards. They're afraid to get in there. They don't like getting in there. They don't like that other people get in there every day. They don't get in there every day. So they come up with a reason why getting in there is not really worth it. Yeah. It's all a bunch of hogwash. It's the latest fad. It's this and that.
And yet, look at the stadium 50 years ago and look at it today.
Yeah.
The evidence demands a verdict. Something awful has happened.
Yeah.
It's like the difference between being hungry and feeling hungry. That's something else I think about a lot. I mean, how often do we say, maybe you don't, but how often do you hear, God, I'm starving? I'm famished. No, you're not.
You're really not.
You can't possibly be.
Yeah. Talk to a fighter that's trying to make weight, because those guys are famished. Those guys they have no water in their body.
Yeah.
For the week before, they're living in hell. They're living in hell. Some of those guys, they starve their cut like 4 or 5 days out. Crazy. They live that's starving.
You gotta really
that's only your voluntarily starving. It's not real starving. Real starving is like you might not be able to eat. You might not be able to feed your kids. You're just using willpower to starve. That's so different than at any other time in history. It's a different feeling. Like if you're a person that's making your way across the country and the wagon breaks.
Donner Party.
Now you're on.
Oh
yeah. And that's real starving. Real starving.
Did you ever read? There's a book by Nathaniel Philbrick. It's called In the Heart of the Sea.
No.
Oh man, this is the true story of the sinking of a whale ship called the Essex, right? And the sinking of this ship inspired Herman Melville to write Moby Dick. And what happened was, I think it was 1821, the whaling industry in Nantucket was so fascinating. Nantucket back then was basically run by women, because the men would go out for 2, sometimes 3 years at a time, hunting right whales, which are just sperm whales. They call
Years?
Years. Yeah, they were called right whales because they were the right whales to kill, right? And at that time, it was a great source of energy for the country. All the lamplights burned on whale oil. They were like schools. There were so many. This book will, it's rich in a lot of different ways. It's where they got the expression "Steely Dan," actually. This was just the women, and it was a device used for pleasure themselves, as the men were all out to sea. So they'd use a Steely Dan. But
you want to talk about hard lives?
The business, whatever it takes to shoot the elk and get it down from the mountain, I get it. That's a thing. But when you read getting a sperm whale out of the ocean alongside the ship and then onto the ship, and the cutting of the blubber and the cauldrons that burn 24/7 on the deck, and the blubber that's put into the cauldrons.
So they're just making this rendered fat.
They're rendering the fat and the oil in real time.
Oh wow!
And
because they have to, or it'll rot.
That's right. And so they just load up the boats.
Wow.
So what happens, and this is not really
they eating the whales too?
No.
No. What are they eating?
No, they got their hardtack mostly. Hardtack is just kind of like crackers, biscuits with no real taste at all. It was the currency. Get used to anything. If I get scurvy, I mean, but these guys would go all around the world, and this boat, the Essex, was a couple thousand miles off the coast of Venezuela, and what happens is it's the ship is the main ship with the guys on it, and then when you see a whale, right, you basically put the whale boats in the water, and these are smaller, maybe 22 feet long, and men row them, right, and so you harpoon the whale, and then you hang on and go for what they call a Nantucket sleigh ride. So the whale would just drag the.
What if the whale goes under?
Can't go under much further. Can't pull two boats down, and it doesn't. They tend to swim in a straight line after that harpoon. So you just hang on, and then when it tires itself out, you row it and you back to the whale ship.
Do they kill it first?
Well, no, it's killed back at the ship typically. You don't want to kill it when you're a mile from the ship, because you got to drag it back.
Smart whales go like that.
We didn't know anything, but
isn't that crazy? That's only a couple hundred years ago.
1821.
Isn't that nuts?
Well,
a couple hundred years ago, the ocean's filled with whales.
Filled with them, and like that.
Because if you look now, they're hard to find, and nothing hunts them.
No,
I never even really thought about it.
They were everywhere.
I mean, I knew about it, but I never thought about it. I mean, we've talked a lot about the decimation of the fish population in the ocean. About like 90+% of all the big fish are gone.
Yeah.
Which is really nuts. But I never really thought about it that way when it comes to whales.
Well, you can make a really good and really controversial case. Yeah, Ron Howard made a movie on this. Yeah, it's amazing. Look, I mean, they were everywhere. So these guys harpoon them from the whale boat. Then they get tugged along, and then while they're out, maybe a mile from the ship, the mate of the male of the whale that was harpooned starts ramming the ship. Rams it 3 times.
Oh no.
And sinks it.
Oh no.
Now you got a couple dozen guys in whale boats 2,000 miles off the coast of South America with no supplies. So what happens, and this is all in the preface, but the story basically starts when one of the whale boats is discovered not far from, I think it's Venezuela, and the guys look over the gunnel of their boat, and in the whale boat, it's just like a giant carcass of just bleached bones, all in it, except for 2 quasi-humans, one in the stern and one in the bow, each skeletons, huddled up, staring at each other with wild eyes, just waiting to see who would die next.
So they can eat them.
Yeah. And there were rules. There were almost like cookbooks that were very common.
How many people on these boats?
Double check me, Jamie, but I think there were probably a dozen on each one. Many family members. There was a cabin boy named John Coffin, I remember, and there were. I mean, a lot of these guys were related, and they dear friends and family. They lived together on Nantucket.
And they ate each other. How long was it before they discovered them?
They were at sea, adrift, I think, for the better part of 3 months. That's it. They filled them. 1820, the Russian vessel was rammed and sunk by an angry take a deep dive. Go to the Whaling Museum up in New England. This stuff is this. I mean, in the day, there were strict protocols on how to eat your friend, how to prepare your friend
Did they
for
divide
consumption.
them on the spot, or did they have them prepared? They divided on the spot.
There was what the rules? No,
Yeah,
no, they were written. It was like a maritime code.
So they kind of knew that this was a possibility.
They knew it was a certainty. They just didn't know for whom.
Oh.
This was common. This to find yourself with a group of people hopelessly marooned, whether you're on a boat or an island with nothing to eat at all. There were protocols, pretty strict protocols, on how to draw lots to decide who would go first, how to kill the person who would go first, who not to eat based on the degree of your relation. So, like, brothers are definitely off, but cousins, not optimal. So, like, people were being prepared for consumption. I mean, I can't imagine how you would make a fire out there. Unspeakable. That's interesting. Owen Chase, right?
The men spent over 3 months at sea, had to resort to cannibalism in order to survive. Captain Pollard and Charles Ramsdell were discovered gnawing on the bones of their shipmates in one boat. Owen Chase, Lawrence, and Nickerson also survived to tell the tale. In all, 7 sailors were consumed. Whoa!
Dude, boy. See, this is why nonfiction is the best. I know it's nauseating, but I mean, that book.
At a point in time, you gotta go, I might wind up in hell before I starve to death, because I've eaten everyone else. Right? When you're knowing you're starving to death and you've already eaten everyone else. Oh my gosh. There's gotta be one last person.
There's gotta be, and then there was one.
Oh God.
I know. I know.
Reality is so terrifying in that regard that we have, we're so fortunate that there's so much food available. The poorest amongst us are fat. But the reality is, if that cut off, it would be real desperate real quick. Most people get really hungry after 5 hours,
They feel really hungry.
Yeah. No.
Okay, not that bad.
Okay. The crew, according to Chase, separated limbs from his body and cut all the flesh from the bones, after which we opened the body, took out the heart, and then closed it again, sewed it up as decently as we could, and committed it to the sea. They then ate the man's organs. Soon they began to draw lots to see who would be shot